Chapter 214. Kill Evil King? Zhou Xuanji had a strange expression and asked, "He's your father, are you sure?" Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and said, "What kind of father is he? The reason why the Tanhua sect is so cruel and tyrannical is because of him. I have at least 100 brothers and sisters, and he forced us to kill each other. Until today, I am the only one left. The other 3 demon chiefs and many elders of the Tanhua sect still believe in the evil king and hope that he will make a comeback. If the evil king's soul is really destroyed, then the Tanhua sect will be able to reform. If you want the Tanhua sect to become a righteous sect that does good and accumulates virtue, you have to completely destroy the evil king." The killing intent in her eyes made Zhou Xuanji speechless. He asked, "Only you and I know about this, or?" He glanced at Jiang Han from the corner of his eye. When Jiang Han heard that, her face turned pale and she hurriedly explained, "I absolutely won't say it out. Absolutely. I swear." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said, "She's your little lover's grandmother. If she tells others and you die, can your little lover live? Moreover, if she dares to spread it, I have countless ways to make her wish for death." After saying that, she looked at Jiang Han and chuckled, "Have you heard of the 18 levels of hell? I know the punishments of every floor." Jiang Han was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She quickly said, "I swear that I will be loyal to the sect master and will never betray him." Zhou Xuanji was filled with amazement. "Aren't you crazy old woman very arrogant? Why are you acting like a dog in front of Xian Xianghua?" It seemed that with Xian Xianghua around, Jiang Han would not dare to oppose his marriage with Jiang Shui. Thinking of this, his mood improved a little. Zhou Xuanji stopped talking and began to focus on cultivation. Although he was disgusted by Xian Xianghua's indiscriminate killing of innocent people, he could truly feel the old witch's affection and believe that she would not harm him. After a while. "Huh? What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing?" Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She could sense that Zhou Xuanji needed a massive amount of spiritual qi, which was even more profound than the energy technique she cultivated. Could it be? Her beautiful eyes emitted a strange splendor. Her gaze was like a pool of spring water, wanting to drown the man in front of her. "None of your business." Zhou Xuanji snorted. Xian Xianghua's eyes widened when she heard that. She reached out as if she was going to hit him, but he still didn't open his eyes, so she could only let out a soft snort. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt that the surrounding spiritual qi had become extremely dense. He opened his eyes and looked and asked, "You? Don't be." Xian Xianghua replied indifferently. It was obvious that she was still angry. "Zhou of Xianghua." Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes again, and Xian Xianghua glared at him again in anger. "Xuanji. She was this kid really impervious to everything? Zhou of Xuanji. Just like that, he would subdue you again and again, and one day, he would turn you into a bootlicker. You. Evil. Xuanji. Zhou of me. Of. Zhou of I. They haven't stopped yet. She, of Jiang of Xiong of. Jiang. She, Zhou. Jiang. Zhou, of. Xiang, and again. Xian Xianghua closed her eyes and replied, "At first, I thought you were the 10,000-year prince, so I paid attention to you and wanted to recruit you into the sect. But I found that you are very interesting. You are different from others. Others fear me when they see me and do not even dare to look at me. You are very weak, but your eyes are always filled with dissatisfaction like a resentful wife. So, I followed you and fell in love with you. The stories you tell your little lover are not bad. I like them. You must tell them to me in the future." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and said furiously, you followed me? It was terrifying to think about it. Did she hear his complaints about Xian Xianghua? For example, old demonic woman, is she ugly under the veil? Why can't she get married after 10,000 years? Xian Xianghua glanced at him and said with a faint smile, I will help you understand your doubts about me. The two of them chatted as though no one else was around, which made Jiang Han feel awkward. It was tiring to keep her head down. By the way, what is the 10,000-year prince? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He had such an identity. The 10,000-year prince is a child of fate that is only born once every 10,000 years. If he does not die prematurely, he will definitely become a great emperor. Once he is born, his cultivation will skyrocket unstoppably. He will not encounter any bottlenecks in cultivation. Isn't that you? Xian Xianghua replied. She looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. My future husband, you must defeat Yang Di and help your wife reclaim the throne of the top cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji ignored her words. He raised his brow. He knew very well why he could cultivate so quickly. Apart from his own talent, the supreme legendary sword system was also very important. Without the legendary sword, how could he overcome all obstacles, kill enemies, and obtain treasures to reach where he was today? Which meant that there might really be a 10,000-year prince in this world. Interesting. He was not afraid but looked forward to it. Just like that, the two of them cultivated and asked questions to understand each other. 3 days later, the demonic chi dissipated, and the three of them landed on the ground. A world of ice and snow was reflected in his eyes. As far as the eye could see, the sky was covered in flying snow, the bone-chilling wind, and numerous icebergs rose and fell one after another. 1,000 meters in front of him was an ice pool with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The edge of the pool was surrounded by mountains, faintly discernible in the flying snow. Could this be the sacred land of the Tanhua sect, the fallen immortal heavenly lake? Jiang Han said excitedly. It was obvious that she had been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. Fallen immortal heavenly lake. Zhou Xuanji had heard Daoya old man mention that a long time ago, an immortal had fallen here. After he died, his magic energy dissipated and sealed the heavens and earth in ice, forming the fallen immortal heavenly lake. The surroundings of the fallen immortal heavenly lake were affected by immortal energy, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to find their way here. Follow me. If you get lost, you'll die. Xian Xianghua walked to the front and said casually. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. Just when he was about to stop, a wave of demonic qi pushed him to Xian Xianghua's side. Xian Xianghua grabbed his right arm and said with a smile, don't even think about leaving. I'll keep my eyes on you. Don't even think about escaping in this lifetime, unless I die. Zhou Xuanji sighed and could only admit defeat. Jiang Han followed closely behind, afraid that she would get lost. Soon, they stepped onto the fallen immortal heavenly lake. The Tanhua sect is at the bottom. This layer of ice is hundreds of feet thick and is made of Xian ice. Even a Mahayana cultivator would find it difficult to force his way through. Xian Xianghua introduced as she walked. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. It seemed like the location of the sect was very important. He wondered if Skyfall also had such a wondrous place. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped. A wave of demonic qi flowed out from her feet and wrapped around Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Han. Next, Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of weightlessness. Surrounded by demonic qi, they were unable to see their surroundings clearly. After landing on the ground, the demonic energy dissipated. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and saw that he was in an underground space. Lava flowed on the walls, and fiery light illuminated the spacious underground space. In front of him was a majestic palace. 2 terrifying demon statues that were hundreds of feet tall stood beside them, looking malevolent and terrifying. Chapter 2:15. Zhou Xuanji's gaze fell on the two demon images. They had 3 heads and 6 arms, and their upper bodies were bare. Their muscles were exaggerated, and their fangs were exposed. They looked savage and terrifying, like hellish asuras. They were the protectors of the Tanhua sect when it was founded. Qingzhua and Black Grudge died a long time ago. At that time, Tanhua sect relied on Green Scorch and Black Grudge to establish themselves in the chaotic northern wilderness region. Xian Xianghua introduced to Zhou Xuanji with a look of admiration in her eyes. Although she hated the ancient Diablo, she was still very proud of the Tanhua sect's inheritance. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! Sounds of something tearing through the air could be heard as dozens of black-robed men appeared in front of them. They knelt on the ground and cupped their fists as they shouted, "Greetings, Sovereign." Their cultivation had all reached leaving Aperture Realm, and there was a faint killing intent emanating from them. Xian Xianghua said indifferently, "Yes." As she spoke, she walked forward. Her right hand still did not let go of Zhou Xuanji's arm. Jiang Han followed closely behind. After they walked through the main entrance, the men in black raised their hands. "Who's that?" To think that the Grand Master would personally pull him along. "That's right. This is the first time I've seen one. In the past, the Grand Master would never touch a captive. And that beauty at the back. TSK, she looks very interesting. Shuk, recently, the sect master wants to revive the ancient Diablo. We have to be careful lest we get kicked out of the Tanhua sect. This day has finally come. Once the evil king revives, our Tanhua sect will not be in such a sorry state." The black-clothed people discussed animatedly. At the mention of the ancient Diablo, all of them revealed fervent expressions, as if they were talking about their own beliefs. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji followed behind Xian Xianghua. Along the way, he saw many devil cultivators, both male and female. When the devil cultivators saw Xian Xianghua, they would all kneel down and greet her. The spiritual energy at the bottom of the fallen immortal heavenly lake was extremely rich, and one could see people cultivating everywhere. Zhou Xuanji could not help but wonder if the Tanhua sect had really declined. Why does it feel like it's still thriving? After a while, Zhou Xuanji saw another demon chief, who was called the Fury Wave Demon Chief. He wore a forest green robe and had a black crown made of an eagle's head. He knelt in front of Xian Xianghua and asked excitedly, "Sect Lord, when will the ancient Diablo be revived?" Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and said, "I have my own arrangements. Who are you to speak so much?" The Fury Wave demon head shrank back in fright and hurriedly kowtowed in apology. "Settle her down. She will be the branch leader of the Tanhua sect in the future. Don't neglect her." Hearing this, the Fury Wave demon head raised its head and looked at Jiang Han, its gaze filled with doubt. Who was this woman? Why was she directly appointed as a branch leader? He didn't dare to ask and could only obey. Xian Xianghua continued to pull Zhou Xuanji in. "Who is he?" The Fury Wave demon chief could not hold back his curiosity and asked Jiang Han. Jiang Han replied, "Zhou Xuanji." "Zhou Xuanji?" The Fury Wave demon chief frowned. This name sounded very familiar. Wait a minute. Sword God Zhou. The strongest prodigy in the northern wilderness region in the past 10,000 years, the youngest person to enter the northern wilderness top 100 in history, the first person to rank first in the northern wilderness prodigy ranking. Various names that shook the northern wilderness region flashed past in the Fury Wave demon head sea. He could not help but feel excited. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was really going to become the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect? If it was anyone else, he might not be convinced, even if they were in the northern wilderness top 100. But Zhou Xuanji was filled with anticipation. Because the entire world thought that Zhou Xuanji had the potential to become the top cultivator in the world. He was only a little over 20 years old. The Fury Wave Demon Chief thought back to when he was 20 years old and had not yet stepped onto the path of cultivation. Tanhua sect is about to rise up, he muttered to himself. Which made Jiang Han smile proudly. After all, Zhou Xuanji was her grandson-in-law. Boom! A large door was kicked open and Zhou Xuanji was pulled in by Xian Xianghua. He looked around the palace. This palace was very spacious and looked very dazzling. The ground was smooth, and there were many different colored spirit stones embedded into the stone pillars. This is my palace. In the future, you can live here. If you need anything, just give me a shout. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand and the door closed. She giggled and said, if you want women, there are many in Tanhua sect. You can play with them however you want. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, really? Xian Xianghua moved to his ear and said coldly, really? Killing intent. He was speechless, just what did she want? Should I play, or not? Following this, Xian Xianghua walked to a pool at the center of the palace. She formed hand seals and started to cast a technique. Zhou Xuanji walked over and asked, what are you doing? I'm building a spirit gathering formation for you. This is a spirit pool. You can cultivate in it. Xian Xianghua replied, which made him delighted. He was cultivating the world Buddha art and needed massive amounts of spiritual qi. Oh yeah, you must protect my Jiang Shui. If anything happens to her, I will not forgive you. If she dies, I will kill myself too, Zhou Xuanji reminded. Which made Xian Xianghua roll her eyes and ignore him. A while later, Xian Xianghua took back her hand and said, cultivate first. I still have something to do. With that, she disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji was not worried about any tricks. He took off the Rui purple cloud robe and walked into the spirit pool slowly. Squeak, the three-eyed drought rodent ran out from his arms. When he landed to recuperate, this little thing jumped into his arms and had been lurking ever since. Zhou Xuanji smiled at it before sitting in the spirit pool to cultivate. This spirit pool was 1/2 meter deep and 6 meters wide. With the amplification from the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual qi here was dozens of times denser than outside. And with the Tianxia map, his heart began to beat faster, and he quickly began cultivating the first level of the world Buddha art. While cultivating the mental energy technique, the spiritual qi entered his body and increased his cultivation. However, it was not as much as when he focused on internalizing qi. After cultivating for a while, he was pleasantly surprised. With this speed, he was confident that he could master world internalization within a year. The difficulty of the next 2 levels was 100 times, or even more. At the same time, in another great hall, Xian Xianghua sat on the main seat, and dozens of Tanhua sect's higher-ups gathered below. Sect Lord, I heard from the Fury Wave Demon Chief that you brought Zhou Xuanji back. A blood-haired old man asked excitedly. He was short and wore a yellow robe with leopard patterns. His face looked wretched. He was one of the Tanhua sect's 4 demon chiefs, the Blood-Wing Demon Chief. The other Tanhua sect elders and hall lords looked at Xian Xianghua in anticipation. Xian Xianghua nodded calmly and said, after reviving the ancient Diablo, I will marry him so that he will never be able to get rid of Tanhua sect. With this, everyone opened their eyes wide. Marry? So ruthless? No one dared to object, and no one was jealous. Even if some people had liked Xian Xianghua before, they had long since been destroyed by her ruthlessness and viciousness. This is doable. We can do our best to nurture him. With his talent, he might be able to fight his way into the top 10 in the next World Millennium Duel. Next time, he might be able to compete with Yang Di. The Fury Wave Demon Chief said, becoming more and more excited. The others all nodded. They were getting tired of hearing about Zhou Xuanji, and even many disciples in the sect were talking about him. Chapter 2:16. I have my own plans for nurturing them. Tell me how many forces are preparing to invade the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Xian Xianghua supported her cheek with her right hand and said casually. The Tanhua sect's group came back to their senses from Zhou Xuanji's surprise. The Fury Wave Demon Chief cupped his fists and said, Xuanhe Divine Monk and the 4 divine generals of the Hunyuan Empire are already on their way. The Merciful Melody Cliff, the Red River Valley, the Hegemon Sword Sect, and the Xinhao sect are all getting restless. If we don't revive the evil king soon, we might not be able to stop them. The others also looked worried. Xian Xianghua was injured, and her strength was not as good as before. Just them alone would not be able to defend against this group of heroes. Chief Monk Xuanhe, this little monk is really annoying. Xian Xianghua's eyes flickered as she said coldly. She had never expected an ordinary little monk to become the Northern Wilderness region's top monk. Furthermore, the Yellow Springs Drake King and the demonic sovereign seemed to intend to invade the mainland. They might be our true enemies. The Blood-Winged Demon Chief pondered. The moment he mentioned these 2 supreme experts, the other demonic cultivators couldn't help but be moved. 5th in the world. 2nd in the world. In other words, after this battle, they will take advantage of the situation and enter? If it was a one-on-one battle, she was not afraid. But when these 2 fellows joined forces, they were really strong. The Fury Wave Demon Chief clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, "Humph, these treacherous and despicable people. Back then, they were so lowly when facing our Tanhua sect." The others also felt indignant. Xian Xianghua waved her hand and said, "All right, you guys continue to gather the disciples and wait for my orders. In addition, we still have to pay attention to Sunlight Emperor's movements. Although this guy stands aloof from worldly affairs, as the world's number 1, there are not many things that he can pursue. We have to be careful." The 2 demon chiefs nodded their heads. Then, Xian Xianghua turned into a ball of demonic qi and disappeared. The demonic cultivators began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. TSK, I didn't expect the sect leader to get married. Only a genius like this is worthy of the Grand Master. I heard that Zhou Xuanji did not want to be the vice sect lord at all. He was kidnapped by the sect lord. Ha ha ha, this is our sect leader, domineering. Have you seen him? What does he look like? Of course he's a man of striking appearance. Few men in this world can compare to his looks and temperament. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji focused on cultivating, while the 3-eyed drought rodent stood by the pool and absorbed spiritual qi together. This little guy had never grown up, but with spiritual energy filling its body, its lifespan was extended. Xian Xianghua suddenly appeared in the hall. She walked to the side of the pool and sat down to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes, and neither of them disturbed the other. Time passed like this. 7 days later, Xian Xianghua got up and left, while Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. During these days, he didn't get up. He didn't need to eat, drink, or go to the toilet. He cultivated wholeheartedly. An hour later, Xian Xianghua returned. She still did not disturb him, and he did not open his eyes. Another 10 days passed. Your companions have already arrived at the Tanhua sect. I've sent people to settle them down. You don't have to worry. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, I want to take a look. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and a water ball rose from the spiritual pool. The water ball projected images of Jiang Shui, Shao Jinghong, and the others. They walked into a mansion. There were many courtyards in the mansion. It would not be a problem for hundreds of people to live there. Zhong Kuiming stood in front of the gate and said with a smile, you guys can stay here during this period of time. I will send people to guard you. After that, he disappeared on the spot. Jiang Shui looked around anxiously and asked Daoya old man, can you divine where Zhou Xuanji is? Daoya old man shook his head and said, I can't. But along the way, we heard the words of those demonic cultivators. Xian Xianghua should not make things difficult for him. The others were also observing the headquarters of the Tanhua sect, which was an eye-opener for them. Chongming Demon Monarch sighed in amazement, actually, it's okay to be the sect lord of the Tanhua sect. We can transform the Tanhua sect into a sword sect. The little black snake stared at him and cursed, what do you know? A man's dignity, do you understand? You're a snake demon, you're not a man either. Chongming Demon Monarch was furious. The two demons began to bicker again. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm cultivating in Xian Xianghua's spiritual pool. The spiritual qi here is very dense. You guys can cultivate in peace. I'll come and see you guys later. Jiang Shui, don't be afraid. I won't leave you behind. His last sentence made Jiang Shui feel both touched and worried. She held back her urge to cry and nodded. Since things had come to this, she knew that crying was useless. Only by working hard to become more powerful could she snatch Zhou Xuanji back from Xian Xianghua. On the other side. In the palace, Xian Xianghua asked curiously, why do you value this girl so much? Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told her about his past with Jiang Shui. After hearing it, Xian Xianghua was silent. He could not help but ask, are you touched? Do you have the heart to separate us? Xian Xianghua snorted, when did I say that I want to separate you two? I don't object to you marrying her. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. You are going to be the sect lord in the future, after all. Zhou Xuanji was utterly defeated. He could only sigh and continue to cultivate. Xian Xianghua looked at his face, and her eyes were filled with resentment. In the spacious palace, the two were silent. A month later. Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 3. He already had a deep understanding of world internalization, but it was a saint energy technique that required a long time to comprehend. Just the trajectory of the qi circulation was already complicated. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been confused. Brat, what energy technique are you cultivating? Were the changes in the heavens and earth because of you? Xian Xianghua sensed the ripple of spirit energy from Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously. Could it be a divine energy technique from the Tianxia map? Facing her question, Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while but still nodded. But he did not tell her what energy technique it was. Xian Xianghua came to a sudden realization and sighed in amazement, with your talent and the Tianxia map, I can't even imagine what heights you can reach in the future. She blinked and stared at Zhou Xuanji's handsome face with a smile in her eyes. After a while, she continued to speak. 3 months later, I will revive the ancient Diablo. At that time, you will come with me. I want you to attack the ancient Diablo first, and I will absorb his cultivation when he is unprepared. I will recover to my peak, or even more powerful. Once I succeed, the following dangers will be nothing. I will make you the most powerful man in the world. Whatever you want, I will help you get it. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at the vicious woman in front of him. No matter how hardened his heart was, he could not help but feel a little touched by her words. He did not say much but only nodded. 3 months was nothing in terms of cultivation. Xian Xianghua would go out occasionally, but Zhou Xuanji had never stepped out of the spirit pool. 3 months later. He broke through to astral projection level 4. The previous chapter was written incorrectly. 3 demon chiefs were written as 4 demon chiefs. It had been changed, but some channels were not changed. This is a reminder. M. Chapter 217. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the spirit energy in his body, and the Tianxia map appeared faintly in his palm. Despite having achieved a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm 4 Dan, Zhang Xian did not feel excited at all. Instead, he frowned deeply. The world Buddha art was simply too difficult to cultivate. This was only the first level. How heaven-defying would the next 2 levels be? At this moment, he deeply suspected that those experts who went crazy for the Tianxia map went crazy because the world Buddha art was too difficult to cultivate. Xian Xianghua, who was at the side of the pool, opened her eyes and said to him, "Since you've already broken through, we should take action." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and got up slowly. After stepping out of the spirit pool, a wave of hot air evaporated the water on his body. He put on the Rui purple cloud robe, and the 3-eyed drought rodent hopped onto his shoulder. Xian Xianghua stood up and walked to his side, wanting to help him tidy up his robes. He subconsciously retreated, but he was not as fast as her. She grabbed his shoulder and clicked her tongue in wonder. "Why is it that the more I look at you, the more I find you pleasing to the eye? So handsome." Zhou Xuanji had goosebumps all over his body. Was this old demonic woman crazy? The more enthusiastic she was, the more uncomfortable he felt. Because he had yet to accept this favor. The difference of 10,000 years was just too great. After a while, when the 2 of them walked out of the hall, the 3 demon chiefs were already waiting outside. "Greetings, Sect Master." The 3 of them knelt on the ground and cupped their fists as they shouted. Their faces were filled with excitement. Xian Xianghua nodded and said, "Let's go to the ancestral hall." With that, she waved her right hand, and demonic energy rose from the ground, sweeping everyone away. After the demonic qi dissipated, a giant bronze gate that was hundreds of meters tall appeared before Zhou Xuanji's eyes. The giant door was engraved with the statues of Green Scorch and Black Grudge, and the sides were the cave walls. "All of you wait outside. The evil king will go berserk very easily. I will bring him in," Xian Xianghua said. The 3 demon chiefs were stunned. They were not going in but were going to let Zhou Xuanji in? The Blood-Winged Demon Chief asked, "Sect Master, Brother Zhou is the hope of our Tanhua sect. Why should we put him in danger?" Although they believed in the evil king, they also knew how dangerous this matter was. Zhong Kuiming nodded as well and said, "If the 3 of us enter, we can help restrain the evil king if he goes berserk." Even though the Fury Wave Demon Chief did not say anything, he nodded towards Zhou Xuanji in a friendly manner. Now, the entire sect had great expectations for Zhou Xuanji. Xian Xianghua said calmly, "You are all devils, so your spiritual power will be absorbed by the evil king. However, he is not afraid. He has the awe-inspiring righteousness, which is the bane of evil devils. Do you understand?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Even I believed him. When the 3 demon chiefs heard this, they could only give up. Xian Xianghua grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder with her right hand and brought him through the massive bronze door. The Fury Wave Demon Chief scratched his head and said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Zhong Kuiming glared at him and said, "Whatever the sect master says goes. Don't forget, it was the sect master who first suggested reviving the evil king, and she was also the one who went to find the soul-nurturing pearl. What are you all worried about?" The Blood-Winged Demon Chief nodded. Xian Xianghua had once led the Tanhua sect to prosperity, but there were too many legends about the Diablo. Furthermore, he had fought with legendary figures, so he was deified in their hearts. They always felt that Xian Xianghua was inferior to the Diablo. Now that the Tanhua sect was in danger, they could only place their hopes on the ancient Diablo. Meanwhile, inside the bronze door, Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. He looked at Xian Xianghua in shock and asked, "What kind of magic is this?" She could enter without opening the door, and it was completely silent. This kind of teleportation magic was quite amazing. This old demonic woman must have come through many doors. Xian Xianghua did not reply to him and looked ahead. There was an ancient altar in front of her. There were fire platforms around it, and the light from the flames illuminated the cave. On the altar, a black pearl that was as big as a fist floated. Strands of black qi circled around the black pearl. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and a man in a gray robe with a white cloth wrapped around his face appeared on the altar. Zhou Xuanji frowned. What the hell? Did this old demonic woman bring a corpse with her? Zhou Xuanji looked at her disdainfully and instinctively moved away from her. He's not completely dead yet. I've nurtured him in an independent space. Don't worry, this person has done many evil things. Even if he's dead, he's doing good for the world. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and coldly harumphed. After that, she raised her hands and began to cast a magic. Boom! 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 Waves of spiritual qi came from the cave walls and poured into the soul-nurturing pearl and the man. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. An indistinct murderous aura began to spread, and the temperature in the ancestral hall dropped gradually. Xian Xianghua raised her arms, and the entire altar began to tremble. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades. A life of bitterness, death is inevitable, she began to chant softly, and her voice became extremely bewitching. Ascend to heaven to become an immortal, descend to hell to become a demon. The thoughts of immortals and demons, only ask the heart, if I give up my cultivation, what is there to fear? If I slaughter the world, what is there to regret? Zhou Xuanji's head hurt. Wasn't this the scripture that Jiang Han and the other demonic cultivators chanted? What kind of incantation was this? The soul-nurturing pearl emitted countless strands of black qi, which entered the man's body. Boo-hoo! The man struggled violently and wanted to speak, but the white cloth wrapped around his face and blocked his mouth. Seeing that he was in pain, Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. The pain of being possessed was unimaginable to ordinary people. Back then, he was almost possessed by the evil demon in the Tianxia map, which made Zhou Xuanji very disgusted. Of course, he did not blame Xian Xianghua because of this. This person had nothing to do with him after all. Ha ha ha, a burst of wild laughter came from the soul-nurturing pearl. Next, the soul-nurturing pearl descended, pierced through the man's chest, and entered his body. The man began to tremble violently. His moans grew louder, and he seemed to be in more pain than before. Get ready. When he stands up, attack. Xian Xianghua's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was a telepathic technique. He did not take out his sword immediately but waited for an opportunity. Time ticked by. The man's aura grew more and more powerful. Soon, it reached a level that sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. He was shocked in his heart. How powerful was the ancient Diablo? He had such an aura right after being revived. He dared not imagine how powerful he was at his peak. An hour later. The man straightened his upper body and sat on the altar. He stretched his neck, and a hoarse voice came from under the white cloth, "Ah! Such enchanting spiritual qi! I was right about you." The ancient Diablo was revived. Xian Xianghua smiled with squinted eyes, "Father, you're finally revived. I've spent 10,000 years for this day." Her eyes were filled with excitement, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh in amazement. Life was really like a play. You're a good actress. 10,000 years? How's the Tanhua sect? Who's the most powerful in this era? The Diablo asked in astonishment. As for Zhou Xuanji, he ignored him. He thought that Zhou Xuanji was just a disciple of an evil sect who did odd jobs. The Tanhua sect is in danger. The top cultivator in the world is someone called Yang Di. Xian Xianghua replied honestly. Having heard that, the Diablo supported himself with his hands and stood up slowly. Swoosh! The sky-extinguishing sword was thrown over and pierced into the Diablo's chest. Blood spurted out, and the horrifying force sent the Diablo flying backward. He crashed into the cave wall, and the blade pierced through his chest and into the rocks. The Diablo hung on the wall. Chapter 218. Who are you? How dare you attack this king? The evil king, who was hanging on the wall, asked in a cold voice. Even though they had surrendered, he did not fly into a rage. Zhou Xuanji stepped out, and numerous legendary swords appeared around him. He stared at the ancient Diablo and said, "You can call me the evil lord, or you can call me Ta Tianchen. I will destroy you, evil demon, and return peace to the world." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes. This kid was really ruthless. Evil monarch? Heaven-trampling sinking? Very well, this king will kill you first to tell this world that this king has returned. The ancient Diablo said coldly. He shook his right shoulder, and the sky-extinguishing sword was forced out of his chest and returned to Zhou Xuanji's hand. He ignored the wound on his chest and slowly flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Kid, do you know who this king is? Back then, when this king dominated the world and was invincible, did you ever witness this king's might? The ancient Diablo laughed loudly and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji gripped the sky-extinguishing sword and his aura exploded. He used the 8-step sword lunge and dodged the ancient Diablo's attack. There was a loud bang. The evil king fell to the ground, causing the ground to collapse and debris to fly everywhere. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and directly used the sky-dominating divine sword. The sword chi slammed into the ancient Diablo's body, instantly inundating him. The bronze gate trembled violently. The three demon chiefs looked at each other, extremely nervous. Fury Wave Demon Chief clenched his teeth and asked, "The evil king has indeed gone mad. Are we really not going in?" There was a restriction inside the bronze gate that could block out divine senses. They couldn't see what was going on inside and could only feel the vibrations. What are you going in for? Have you forgotten what the sect leader said? This door is to prevent the evil king from harming the disciples in the sect. If we open it and go in, won't it cause a great disaster? Zhong Kuiming frowned. The Blood-Wing Demon Chief nodded. Xian Xianghua was so strong that even she couldn't deal with her, so naturally, they couldn't do anything. Thus, they could only wait patiently. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the ancient Diablo were fighting intensely. The ancient Diablo had just been revived, so his strength was naturally not at its peak. Even so, Zhou Xuanji, who held the sky-extinguishing sword, was unable to gain the upper hand. The two of them moved back and forth within the ancestral hall. The rocks kept collapsing, and the evil king's maniacal laughter never stopped. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. Why wasn't Xian Xianghua attacking yet? This kid's strength is not bad. How did you manage to bring him here? Evil King asked with a smile as he fought. His tone was a little sinister. Xian Xianghua pretended to be frightened and said, "I didn't know he was so powerful. He usually doesn't show his strength. I didn't expect him to be from the Haotian Church." Haotian sect. The ancient Diablo's aura suddenly grew stronger, giving Zhou Xuanji a huge fright. So it's that group of worms. No wonder you want to kill this king. The Diablo said coldly. He suddenly sped up, and his right knee struck Zhou Xuanji's abdomen. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji's powerful body, he might have fainted immediately. He immediately transformed into a silver sword and flew rapidly, blending into his many divine swords. All the divine swords attacked the Diablo together. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. Countless dragon-shaped sword cheese surrounded and attacked the evil king. The evil king was calm and took on all of them. The Diablo struck out with both palms, sending all the divine swords around him flying. He laughed and said, "Brat, your divine art is quite, pa." A fair hand landed on his back, causing his movements to instantly stop. It was Xian Xianghua. The Diablo turned around instinctively and saw Xian Xianghua's cold eyes. "Hua, you?" he asked. His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. He could sense that his spirit energy was being absorbed by Xian Xianghua. Even his soul was trembling in fear. It was a peerless energy technique that he taught Xian Xianghua personally. Xian Xianghua wore a veil, and her eyes were emotionless. She stared at the Diablo as though she was looking at a dead man. "Father, after you died, I led the Tanhua sect to rise and even made it dominate the northern wilderness region. I'm more powerful than you. I'm the top cultivator in the world, but you were suppressed by the hegemon sword emperor your entire life. He became one of the 9 emperors of the sword's way and is everlasting. As for you, not many people know about you." Xian Xianghua spoke slowly, and the murderous intent in her eyes became more and more tangible. The Diablo was furious. "This king is your father," he said with gritted teeth. "Are you going to kill your own father?" In his eyes, his children could not talk back to him. His children who dared to go against him were all dead. "You killed my mother and forced us siblings to kill each other. During those years, you forced me to kill one of my siblings every month. Since that's the case, why can't I kill you?" Xian Xianghua said coldly. Her right hand suddenly pierced through the Diablo's back. "Not only do I want you to die, I want you to die in pain. Back then, you were severely injured by the hegemon sword emperor. You felt that you were powerless, so you ended your life to preserve your soul. You wanted to reincarnate, but I stopped you. Through the memories in your soul, I learned all of your abilities. Father, you should be satisfied now. After you die, your legacy will not be broken, but it will have nothing to do with you anymore." Xian Xianghua's words were like sharp blades that pierced into the Diablo's heart. Zhou Xuanji landed far away and sighed in amazement in his heart, so ruthless. But more than anything, he felt sympathy. Xian Xianghua must have experienced unimaginable pain for her to become so ruthless. If he were her, could he have persevered? He was not sure. But he could not help but admire and feel sorry for her. Even after experiencing countless hardships and living for tens of thousands of years, she still fell in love with him. Such affection suddenly made him feel very heavy. The Diablo was silent and did not speak. The ancestral palace returned to silence. Xian Xianghua's aura grew more horrifying, while the Diablo began to weaken. A long while later, the Diablo's legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. "Hua, father has let you down," he mumbled softly as though he was sleep-talking. Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes but did not stop. She was no longer the weak girl from back then. Her shrewdness was no less than the Diablo's. Another half an hour passed. Xian Xianghua withdrew her hand, and the Diablo's corpse fell to the ground, lifeless. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji noticed a visible baleful aura between her brows. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. He did not want Xian Xianghua to be possessed by the Diablo. Xian Xianghua did not reply, which made him frown. A while later, Zhou Xuanji took out the truth sword and walked up to her carefully. He lightly pierced the sword into Xian Xianghua's shoulder. The tip of the sword penetrated her flesh, which made her frown slightly. "Who are you?" he asked softly. He did not know if the truth sword had any effect on the Diablo. "Your wife." Zhou Xuanji stored the truth sword, and his mouth twitched. "Damn! Is the gold-grade legendary sword so weak? It has no effect. Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said bitterly, "You hurt me with a sword. How cruel." Zhou Xuanji was speechless and did not know how to explain. "My cultivation has completely recovered, and I can even surpass my peak. Next, I will reclaim the top rank in the world. Those who dare to cause trouble at the Tanhua sect will all die." Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes. Her eyes were filled with arrogance, and her tone became even more deranged. The insufferably arrogant number 1 demonic cultivator had returned. Chapter 219. His cultivation recovered? Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and felt a shadow in his heart. If that was the case, how could he escape? However, he heard that the other factions were preparing to attack the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Perhaps that would be his chance to escape. Thinking about it, it would be good if he did not escape. Tui. I'm a man, I must have dignity. Zhou Xuanji's willpower became even more resolute. His heart was like a boulder, and he did not waver. He looked at Xian Xianghua. He did not know what this old demonic woman looked like. Even now, he still did not know what she looked like. Xian Xianghua suddenly opened her eyes and smiled as she said, "What? You've been staring at me, are you mesmerized by my domineeringness?" Zhou Xuanji harumphed and said, "I'm just curious about what you look like." Looking at her beautiful eyes, her face should be quite stunning. Of course, she could also be a veiled killer. In his previous life, he had seen many women like this. Sunglasses killer, mask killer, back killer. I was afraid that I would scare you, so I did not take off my mask. Xian Xianghua said softly with a bitter look in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and inwardly rejoiced. She was indeed ugly. He had finally found this old demonic woman's weakness. Wait. If she was ugly and I was forced to marry her, wouldn't I be the one suffering? Zhou Xuanji's face immediately turned green. Xian Xianghua was startled and laughed out loud. Following this, she tore off her purple veil. Zhou Xuanji looked over, and his eyes immediately widened. This was an incredibly exquisite and beautiful face. Her skin was white and smooth, and her face was neither fat nor thin. She had a fine nose and red lips, and she looked like the most perfect creature in the world. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Even Lady Zhao Xian could not compare to her. Especially when paired with her extremely enchanting eyes, she could seduce any man's heart. Seeing that he was dazed, Xian Xianghua could not help but laugh. Her laughter was like a snow lotus blooming on a tall mountain, or like a shooting star in the silent night sky, resplendent and breathtaking. She raised her hand and pulled, and a suction force pulled Zhou Xuanji forward. He stumbled and fell into her embrace. He felt so soft that he felt as if he had no bones. His face reddened and he hurriedly stood up. Xian Xianghua quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart. Their eyes met, and everything around them seemed to have disappeared. "Am I beautiful?" she asked with a chuckle, and an indescribable fragrance wafted over his face. He tried his best to retreat, but his strength was not as great as hers. He could not break free at all. He hurriedly said, "That's beautiful. Let go of me." Just as he spoke, Xian Xianghua pulled his hand, and Zhou Xuanji lost his balance and fell straight down. He widened his eyes and saw that his lips were pressed against Xian Xianghua's lips. F***ck. His brain instantly crashed. Before he could feel more, Xian Xianghua pushed him away. He retreated 3 steps before stabilizing himself. Tsk tisk. Xian Xianghua winked at him and asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" Zhou Xuanji was both angry and embarrassed. He did not know how to reply. He quickly retreated to the front of the bronze gate, keeping a distance from her. Seeing this, Xian Xianghua smiled brilliantly. Even though she had lost her composure, she was still captivating. Zhou Xuanji sensed the mockery and became angry. "Hurry up and let me out," he said with a deep voice. The evil king had been killed, and it was time for him to leave. If he continued to stay like this, he was afraid that he would lose his virginity. "Don't be anxious. Don't tell me you're not moved by me at all. There's only the two of us here. Don't you want to do something?" Xian Xianghua's eyes were like silk as she asked in an extremely seductive tone. Zhou Xuanji's heart raced, but when he thought of Jiang Shui, he calmed down. With a dark expression, he said, "You and I are not married yet. Don't mess around. I'm a gentleman." Xian Xianghua heard him and laughed even louder. Her laughter pierced into his heart like sharp blades, making him want to find a hole to hide in. Damn! How did she turn the tables on him? Zhou Xuanji inwardly despised himself for his performance just now. After laughing for a while, Xian Xianghua put on her veil again. She got up slowly and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. "Everyone who has seen my true appearance is dead. You are the only one who is still alive." She walked up to Zhou Xuanji and lifted his chin. "My little husband, I will treat you well in the future. Just wait to enjoy your life." "Oh, that's right. In exchange, you must often tell me stories like the cowherd and the weaving maid, and the white snake Xiuxian." Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. When he had told Jiang Shui and the others these two stories, there had been quite some time between them. How long had this old demonic woman been following him? Following this, she grabbed his shoulder, and the two of them left the ancestral palace. Outside the gate, the two of them appeared out of nowhere. The three demon chiefs, who were cultivating, immediately got up. "Sect Lord, what's the situation? Where's the Diablo? What happened just now?" The three demon chiefs asked anxiously, looking expectant. Xian Xianghua said calmly, "The Diablo's soul dissipated and he reincarnated. However, before he died, he helped me heal. Now, I'm fully recovered and even stronger than at my peak. We can get through the Tanhua sect's crisis this time. Unless Yang Di descends, Chief Monk Xuanhe and the others will not be able to enter the fallen immortal heavenly lake." The three demon chiefs opened their eyes wide and immediately understood what Xian Xianghua meant. She had absorbed the Diablo's power. They felt a chill in their hearts, but they did not dare to show it. They could only congratulate Xian Xianghua. Seeing how submissive they were, Zhou Xuanji felt like laughing. He turned and asked, "Can I go and see my companions?" Go ahead. Ask around, and a disciple will guide you." Xian Xianghua nodded, and Zhou Xuanji immediately left. After he left, Xian Xianghua's gaze fell back on the three demon chiefs. "Where are those factions now?" she asked, a sinister look flashing in her eyes. As for the Diablo, she was too lazy to mention it. The three demon chiefs should be sensible enough to know how to pass on the legacy. Chief Monk Xuanhe and the four legendary generals should arrive in 2 months. As for when they will attack, I'm not sure. They will definitely wait for other factions, Zhong Kuiming replied. He did not dare to look at Xian Xianghua. It was hard to imagine how powerful Xian Xianghua would be after devouring the Diablo's cultivation. However, one thing was for sure, the Tanhua sect would rise again. Back then, when Xian Xianghua was powerful, the Tanhua sect was so mighty. Now that the sect had another top genius in 10,000 years, the Tanhua sect would welcome an unprecedented golden age. Be on guard at all times. Send some elders to the land and hide around the fallen immortal heavenly lake, Xian Xianghua nodded and instructed. Xian Xianghua nodded her head and instructed. Then, she gave some instructions before letting the three demon chiefs leave. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji walked onto the street of the Tanhua sect's headquarters. When the demonic cultivators saw him, their expressions changed. He picked a female demonic cultivator who looked pleasing to the eye and asked, "Where are the people that Zhong Kuiming brought back staying?" Having heard this, the female demonic cultivator asked carefully, "Are you Lord Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly, and the female demonic cultivator opened her eyes wide. The other demonic cultivators became excited, and their faces were filled with fanaticism. Chapter 220. So he is the legendary sword god Zhou. He is indeed a talented man, just like what I imagined. Leaving Aperture Realm for Dan, he's only 22 years old. He should be 23 years old now, right? The younger generation will surpass us in time. He's our vice sect master now, the one who killed Baba Blade Master. I heard that the sect master wants to marry him. The demonic cultivators discussed among themselves, and they all looked at Zhou Xuanji with curiosity and excitement. The female demonic cultivator suppressed her excitement and said, "Vice sect master, I'll take you there." Zhou Xuanji nodded. Sensing the gazes of the demonic cultivators around him, he could not help but mumble to himself. At this time, would an arrogant demonic genius jump out and provoke him? Then, he staged a face-slapping performance, causing the surrounding people to be shocked, and only then did he completely solidify his position as the vice sect leader. Pooh! When did I decide to become the Tanhua sect's deputy sect leader? I'm a man who wants to establish my own sect. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and followed the female demonic cultivator. Along the way, the female demonic cultivator was very excited and continuously asked about Zhou Xuanji's accomplishments. Vice sect leader, did you really start practicing the sword at the age of 6? How did you feel when the sect leader found you? When you faced Lin Guanyu, did you have the confidence to win? Now, you're on the double roll. Unparalleled way of the sword in the desolate north, comparable to the ancient sword emperor. You're simply too powerful. Zhou Xuanji could only maintain his smile. He felt that this woman could talk to him for an entire day and night. The headquarters of the Tanhua sect was huge, and it felt like an underground city. After a long time, Zhou Xuanji finally came to the residence of Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. There were 8 demonic cultivators guarding the gate. When they saw Zhou Xuanji, they immediately knelt down and greeted him. "Greetings, Vice Sect Master." Zhong Kuiming had already shown them Zhou Xuanji's portrait, so they remembered Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched as he stepped into the residence. In front of him was a long wooden corridor. At the end of it, there was a winding road that led to the courtyard. The fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds filled the courtyard. The trees were dense, surrounding an open space. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were practicing their swordsmanship. A big and small heir sat in the corner like 2 small hills. Chongming Demon Monarch was tempering the bodies of the red Qilin and the little black snake. He held one in each hand and smashed them around like a whip. Jiang Shui sat in the stone pavilion, internalizing qi to cultivate. Han Shenhua and Daoya Old Man were nowhere to be seen. Sensing his aura, everyone turned to look at him. "Master! Master!" The group cried out in surprise. Jiang Shui even rushed toward Zhou Xuanji immediately. Zhou Xuanji smiled at them and asked, "How are you guys?" As he spoke, he opened his arms and pulled Jiang Shui into his embrace. The 2 of them hugged, and the others laughed. "I missed you so much." Jiang Shui mumbled softly and hugged Zhou Xuanji tightly. She was afraid that they would be separated again. He caressed her hair and gently said, "I missed you too. Aya, can you stop torturing the flood dragon?" The little black snake's voice was heard. It was still being held by Chongming demon monarch and was covered in wounds. It looked very miserable. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it, which made it shudder and shut up immediately. After that, the group walked into the stone pavilion. Zhou Xuanji asked them about their situation, and they answered honestly. During this period of time, they were quite comfortable here. Xian Xianghua did not restrict their freedom. They could roam around the headquarters, and no evil cultivator dared to slight them. Xian Xianghua has already recovered her cultivation and is even more powerful. But soon, all the major factions will attack Tanhua sect. When that time comes, we will escape. Zhou Xuanji instructed the group and glanced at Jiang Shui. His words were mainly meant for her. However, Jiang Shui shook her head suddenly and said, "If Tanhua sect can survive this crisis, you might as well stay." He frowned and said, "I want to marry you, not her." No matter how good Xian Xianghua was to him, it was not as important as Jiang Shui in his heart. Jiang Shui sighed and said, "During this period of time, I have thought about it carefully. Actually, she is really good to you. With her around, no one can hurt you." If not for Xian Xianghua, Zhou Xuanji might have died a few times. No matter how much she liked him, she did not want him to wander from place to place and face life-threatening situations. Xian Xianghua was domineering and the top evil cultivator. There were only a few who could rival her in the world. Under her protection, Zhou Xuanji could grow quickly. Huang Lianxin frowned. The others looked at each other but did not speak. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast. They could no longer protect him. Each of them felt pressured, especially Jiang Shui. Facing the competition from an invincible cultivator like Xian Xianghua, the pressure was unimaginable. "I like you, not the powerful you, but the person you are." Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and said seriously. These words were from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Shui smiled gently and said, "I understand. But she is so good to you. Are you really not moved?" In the northern wilderness region, it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. She was not against it. Huang Lianxin had taught her many ways to manage concubines. Today, I will say it here. No matter what situation I face, if I want to marry, I will marry you first. Zhou Xuanji said firmly. This was his promise as a man. Having heard this, Jiang Shui touched his waist with a smile and said, "You don't mean what you say. You still want to marry me, right?" Zhou Xuanji pretended to be in pain, and the others burst out laughing. A while later, Daoya Old Man and Han Shenbua walked back. Both of them looked serious. Even when they saw Zhou Xuanji, their expressions did not change for the better. Chief Monk Xuanhe, the four legendary generals, Ta Tianchen, Huang Hantian, the Evil Lord, and many other powerful cultivators are preparing to attack Tanhua sect. This time, it might be even more dangerous than the battle at Duantian Cliff. Han Shenbua said with gritted teeth. They were waiting for death at the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Xian Xianghua was severely injured the last time. Could she turn the tables this time? Daoya Old Man looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed, "Your enemies are gathering here. Even if I can stop Xuanhe from attacking us, we will still be in danger." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect Tanhua sect to be in danger so soon. At this moment, Xian Xianghua suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed his shoulder. "It's time, my little husband," she said with a smile, "it's time for you to go back and cultivate. Don't linger on romantic relationships. There will be more opportunities for you to be intimate with your little lover." Jiang Shui heard her and blushed immediately. Just when she was about to speak, Xian Xianghua disappeared with Zhou Xuanji. The group looked at each other in dismay. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement, "This old demonic woman is really moved. I will be her grand teacher in the future. Thinking about it this way, it's quite satisfying." Back then, she bullied. Cough cough. He suddenly remembered that those things were dishonorable and shameful. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji returned to the palace. He looked at Xian Xianghua furiously and cursed, "Are you in a hurry to hang yourself? What's wrong with letting me stay a little longer?" Xian Xianghua grabbed his chin so quickly that he could not dodge at all. "I just don't want you to stay a little longer." "What can you do?" she said with a smile. Chapter 221. Facing Xian Xianghua's domineering attitude, Zhou Xuanji was infuriated. He was not powerful enough to defeat Xian Xianghua, so he could only remain silent. "Io, you're angry?" Xian Xianghua grabbed his chin and teased. The more anxious he was, the happier she was. This brat had always been indifferent to her. Now, he could no longer keep his composure, right? "Didn't you say that you will make me the most powerful man in the world?" Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. Having heard him, Xian Xianghua smiled. "Yes, what do you want?" she asked. He stared at her and said, "Kneel." She stared back and pulled his face toward her. "You haven't married me yet, and you want me to kneel?" she said coldly. "Believe it or not, I will eat you today." "Who's afraid of you?" Zhou Xuanji was furious. "Don't you dare to bully me, old demonic woman." Numerous legendary swords appeared behind him. Xian Xianghua snorted in disdain. A horrifying demonic qi exploded, and all the legendary swords were knocked away. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji's heart shuddered. Such a powerful aura. It was almost undefeatable. Xian Xianghua reached out and hooked her arms around his waist, pulling him into her embrace. Their chests pressed against each other, and the veil on her face fell automatically. She looked at him with a charming smile. Their eyes met. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and provocation. "My husband, do you want to dual cultivate with me?" she said faintly. Her tone seemed to be filled with endless hatred and love, which could melt any man's heart. But Zhou Xuanji did not fall for it. This old demonic woman was teasing him on purpose. If she really could not hold back her primal urges, with her cultivation, she would have eaten him straight away. Why did she have to go through so many twists and turns? Seeing that he did not speak, Xian Xianghua felt bored and let go of him. Without a word, he turned around and walked toward the spirit pool. "Humph, stop pretending. Brat, I will make you burn with lust sooner or later. You won't be able to hold it in." Xian Xianghua snorted coldly. Then, she smiled and followed behind Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xuanji entered the pool, she followed. "What are you doing?" Zhou Xuanji stared at her and asked. Was he wrong? This old witch really couldn't hold it in any longer. Xian Xianghua retracted her smile and said, "You also contributed to the evil king's matter. I see that your technique is extensive and profound, and it needs to be cultivated over a long period of time. I'll lend you a hand and help you cultivate the divine technique. After that, I'll teach you the Tanhua sect's celestial devil rebirth technique. Not long after, the Tanhua sect will be in trouble. If I die then, the legacy of the Tanhua sect will not be severed. It's a pity that I really want to marry you." She spoke with such sincerity that he almost believed her. "Didn't you say that you were invincible?" He didn't say much and began to meditate. Xian Xianghua sat behind him and placed her right palm on his back. In an instant, spiritual energy from all directions surged towards him. Incredible, Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. At that moment, he suddenly felt that he had underestimated the number one in the world. With the help of Xian Xianghua, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy increased tenfold. It was as if he had been enlightened. It couldn't be any better. Without hesitation, he immediately began to circulate the mental cultivation method of world internalization. He wanted to master world internalization as soon as possible. Once he mastered world internalization, his cultivation speed would increase tremendously. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body would turn into a vast ocean like a small spring. According to the World Buddha Art's description, no other energy technique in this world could have more abundant spirit energy than the World Buddha Art. And so, he began to focus on his cultivation. Xian Xianghua didn't leave either. But as time passed, the atmosphere in the Tanhua sect grew heavier. Everyone could sense that a storm was brewing. A month later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 5. With the help of Xian Xianghua, he felt that his cultivation was soaring. It was too fast. He was getting closer to mastering world internalization. In a world of ice and snow, Chief Monk Xuanhe stood on a tall mountain. The snow that hit his body melted immediately, leaving not a single snowflake on his kasaya. He stood still, quietly looking into the distance. In the vast world, although he was tiny, he was like a piece of gold that no one could ignore. At this moment, a silhouette appeared beside him suddenly. It was an old man in a Taoist robe. He held a golden compass in his hand. "Xuanhe, I'm afraid this is not good," the old man in a Taoist robe said with a deep voice. His face was a little solemn. The needle in the compass spun wildly, producing a slight grinding sound. Chief Monk Xuanhe looked straight ahead and asked, "Feng Kyul, what did you divine?" The old man in a Taoist robe was Feng Kyul. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't divine the fate of the fallen immortal heavenly lake. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen. Either Xian Xianghua has recovered from her injuries, or a peerless cultivator is hiding in the Tanhua sect. It's also possible that the Tianxia map is under the fallen immortal heavenly lake." When he discovered the whereabouts of the Tianxia map, he did not dare to act rashly. So, he drew many maps and spread them secretly, which caused a bloodbath. In the end, it was taken away by someone. He was very frustrated and fearful at the same time. The person who obtained the Tianxia map would rule the world. Once that person really rose up, the entire northern wilderness region would be suppressed by him. Amitba. So what? The Tanhua sect must be destroyed. Chief Monk Xuanhe said calmly. His eyes were still determined. Feng Kyul frowned. "Why didn't this monk listen to me?" "Then you better watch out. You should know what kind of person Xian Xianghua is. I can only find the sovereign of the demon race to discuss the world." After that, Feng Kyul flicked his sleeves and left. Soon, he disappeared in the snowstorm. Chief Monk Xuanhe did not stop him but continued to look into the distance. Time passed quickly. Another month passed. Zhou Xuanji finally mastered the first level of the World Buddha Art and broke through to astral projection level 6. In that instant, all the vital channels in his body turned into an independent space. His spirit energy flowed like a boundless ocean, washing through his bones and tendons. He felt refreshed and felt as though he was about to ascend to become an immortal. World internalization. The spirit energy that Xian Xianghua channeled into his body turned into his own spirit energy without any barriers. At the same time, his senses grew stronger, and he felt that the entire world became extremely clear. "Brat, what kind of cultivation method are you cultivating? You can absorb my spirit energy." Xian Xianghua stopped and asked in shock. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not explain. He began to adjust the surging spirit energy in his body. He felt that he had become a new person. If he fought the evil lord again, he would definitely win. Because now that he used the sky-extinguishing sword, he would not be as pathetic as before. World internalization, who else but me can do it? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. An unprecedented sense of pride could be seen between his brows. When he mastered world internalization, he felt a sense of sublimation in his heart. No wonder those who controlled the Tianxia map were so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Xian Xianghua appeared in front of him and tilted her head to observe him. He ignored her and focused on adjusting his spirit energy. Seems like I still underestimated you. Xian Xianghua mumbled to herself. She felt like a cat was scratching her heart. She was extremely curious. What energy technique did this guy cultivate? He had such abundant spirit energy at the astral projection stage. If he was at the same stage as her, she would not be his match at all. It's the 4th update. Recently, Xian Xianghua has gained the fanatical support of many of her friends, which moved my heart. Tomorrow at noon, we will start voting on the public account. See if you want her to be the female lead or the supporting female character. The female lead will be like Jiang Shui, who will marry Zhou Xuanji. Everyone, on the WeChat chat page, search for the author, Ren Wuxia, or RWX 520233. You can participate in the voting tomorrow. Once again, this book will not create a harem. Chapter 222. T. No one can see through my potential. Zhou Xuanji, who had his eyes closed, snorted softly with pride on his face. Watch carefully. From now on, I will dominate every world millennium duel. No one can touch my throne until I ascend. If those who were familiar with him heard him, they would know that he was getting carried away and was ready to boast. Xian Xianghua's beautiful eyes were filled with love and anticipation. If you ascend, will you bring me along? She asked with a smile. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said, Be my sword slave. I will bring you to ascend, and you will roam the celestial world freely. Having heard him, she leaned forward and said coquettishly, My little husband, I want to be your beloved wife. How can I be your sword slave? Her voice and tone gave Zhou Xuanji goosebumps all over his body. This old demonic woman was really powerful. Domineering, seductive, gentle, cold, and all kinds of emotions. Weren't you very arrogant just now? He snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Xianghua reached out and pinched his face. Her expression instantly turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, You're the one who's really arrogant. Go and ask around. When have I ever been gentle to anyone? I'm such a strong-willed person, yet I still expended my own cultivation to help you cultivate. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He frowned. You passed your cultivation to me? What are you going to do next? He asked seriously. His heart was rippling. Xian Xianghua got up and looked down at him. What's the big deal about sharing some cultivation with you? Do you understand how high my stage is? She snorted coldly. Cultivate well. I will teach you the celestial devil rebirth technique in a few days. After that, she disappeared. She must have gone to deal with Tanhua sect. Because of Zhou Xuanji, she had not gone out for a month. Only God knew if Tanhua sect caused any trouble. He was a little lost in thought and sighed, Damn, I really can't get rid of her now. How could he ignore such a great favor? After the thought, he continued to cultivate. Now, his target was the spirit refinement stage. The sooner he broke through to the spirit refinement stage, the evil lord, and the Huangquan twin devils would not be a problem. Oh. Right. How was Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang? He didn't think too much about it. If Xian Xianghua didn't care, why should he? Worrying about nothing. That day, Jiang Shui suddenly walked into the hall. She walked very slowly, appearing very cautious. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly ran over. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked curiously, Why are you here? Jiang Shui walked to the edge of the spiritual pool and squatted down. She curled her lips and said, Xian Xianghua thinks that I'm too weak, so she asked me to come and cultivate with you. She said that the spiritual energy here is the most abundant. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "She's so understanding?" As he spoke, he gestured for her to come down quickly. She immediately walked into the pool and soon came to his side. "I found that she is indeed very good to you, but I am very curious. She is already more than 10,000 years old, so why would she be interested in you?" Jiang Shui leaned close to Zhou Xuanji and asked softly. She did not mean anything else, she was just curious. Beixiao Wangjian, Han Shenbua and the others were also very confused. Even if Zhou Xuanji was incredibly talented, Xian Xianghua was once the top cultivator in the world. She could definitely recruit Zhou Xuanji as a disciple. After all, the age gap between them was too big. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Maybe it's because of her childhood and the stories about me." Jiang Shui was curious and asked further. Zhou Xuanji told her about Xian Xianghua's past, which made Jiang Shui's eyes red. Especially when she heard that Xian Xianghua killed the ancient Diablo with her own hands and what the ancient Diablo said, tears flowed down her face immediately. She grew up without parents, so she knew the loneliness and longing of not having parents. Thinking about it, I'm so lucky to have met you. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said softly. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "If not for you, I might have drowned or been eaten by wild beasts." The two looked at each other and smiled. Sweetness flowed in their hearts. At this moment, Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and cried out, "I understand." She must have seen her own shadow in me. She often thought about how good it would be if you were around when she was young. She looked so proud that Zhou Xuanji could not help but pinch her face. The two chatted as they began to cultivate. After knowing that Xian Xianghua consumed her cultivation to help Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui was excited. She said that she would work hard on her cultivation and pass all her cultivation to him. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. The more this girl behaved like this, the more heartache he felt. He understood that she was under a lot of pressure. But this pressure could not be soothed. He could only try his best to help her become more powerful. For the next month, Xian Xianghua did not return. The palace was protected by a restrictive spell formation, which prevented the people inside from hearing anything outside. Zhou Xuanji did not care and focused on his cultivation. Jiang Shui's cultivation grew rapidly, but it was still not as fast as his. "Xuanji, do you want to go out and take a look?" Jiang Shui asked worriedly. Being too calm made her feel uneasy. Zhou Xuanji replied without opening his eyes, "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, that old demonic woman will be there to hold it up." If Xian Xianghua's life was short, she would have died at Duantian Cliff long ago. Jiang Shui was still a little worried. Ever since she heard about Xian Xianghua's story, she had always felt sympathy for her. Focus on your cultivation. Don't think so much. If she died so easily, why would she die today? Zhou Xuanji comforted her, and Jiang Shui could only give up. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion came. The entire palace shook violently, and countless rocks and sand fell down. The two got up in shock. "Aya, I jinxed it," Jiang Shui said in a panic and stood up first. Zhou Xuanji got up as well, and the two walked out of the palace. At the same time, above the fallen immortal heavenly lake, the four legendary generals, Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang, were levitating in the air. Their bodies were glowing with a golden radiance, which could not be concealed in the snowy sky. Countless cultivators stood on the peaks around the lake. Even Xuanhe Divine Monk, the Evil Lord, and Huang Hantian were among them. "Let's break open the heavenly lake together," Legendary General Chen said. The other 3 legendary generals nodded and raised their spears together. The 4 legendary generals swung their spears downward together. 4 horrifying spear chi swooped down like a natural disaster with unstoppable force. A wave of demonic chi seeped out from the icy surface and transformed into a gigantic hand that blocked all the spear chi. A bunch of ants dares to destroy the fallen immortal heavenly lake? Today, I will let you taste the horror of the past. Xian Xianghua's maniacal laughter resounded throughout the snowy land. Everyone became nervous. Back then, they had all been enveloped by this laughter. Even Xuanhe divine monk's expression was a little unnatural. Underground. All the demonic cultivators had gathered together. The 3 demon chiefs stood together with serious expressions. In front of them were the Tanhua sect's elders, standing side by side. Chapter 223. Today, the major forces besieged the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Although it's not the first time, we can't tolerate it anymore. The Bloodwing demon chief glanced at all the demonic cultivators and said in a deep voice. Following his gaze, he saw hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators waiting for orders with malevolent expressions. Ever since Xian Xianghua had fallen from the number 1 position in the world, although the Tanhua sect was still as powerful as before, it had already fallen into a state where neither the orthodox Dao nor the demon Dao could tolerate it. The entire sect was burning with rage. Zhong Kuiming followed suit and shouted, "Let's charge up together later and kill all the enemies with sect master. We want to prove that the Tanhua sect has not declined. The Tanhua in the human world and the Azura in hell are not empty words. If the human world does not accept us, we will slaughter the human world." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators roared in unison, their voices shaking the underground space. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji brought Jiang Shui to find Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others. Chongming Demon Monarch said anxiously, it's over, where should we run to?" The underground space shook incessantly. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle was happening above ground. Daoya Old Man said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking for? The Tanhua sect might not lose." After that, the group walked out of the mansion and found that there were no signs of demonic cultivators on the streets of the headquarters. Jiang Shui asked Daoya Old Man, "Can we use magic to project the situation on the ground?" Even though they were separated by the fallen immortal heavenly lake, they could still feel the terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble. What's the point of releasing them? Let's just run. Judging by the situation, it's far more dangerous than what we expected. The little black snake laid on Small Fool's head and said anxiously. It looked at Jiang Shui suspiciously. Wasn't this a great opportunity to slip away? Could it be that you want your sweetheart to be snatched away? Jiang Shui ignored it and stared at Daoya Old Man. "I can't. The layer of ice above is restricted by immortal energy. Spiritual will cannot penetrate it." Daoya Old Man shook his head. This was the fallen immortal heavenly pond. If it could be easily penetrated, the Tanhua sect would have been destroyed long ago. Ever since Xian Xianghua was severely injured, the fallen immortal heavenly lake had protected the Tanhua sect for thousands of years. If we want to go out, we'll have to wait for the ice pond above to break. Everyone, please wait patiently. Zhou Xuanji said. After that, he sat down and began to cultivate. Seeing this, the others looked at each other. Although they were anxious, they had no choice but to wait. "I hope nothing happens to that old witch." Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Xian Xianghua transferred some of her cultivation to him, and he wondered if it would affect her power. If she died because of this, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. In the world of ice and snow, demonic qi wreaked havoc in the world, surging violently like a natural disaster. Xian Xianghua was surrounded by countless cultivators. Her entire body was wrapped in demonic qi, turning her into a peerless devil. Facing the siege, she laughed wildly. Bang! She stomped on Divine General Xian's chest, almost causing his body to explode and die. Puff! Divine General Xian vomited blood as his body fell down like a meteorite. He smashed into the ice pool of the Heaven Lake, raising up waves of icy air. The other three godly generals, Huang Hantian, the evil lord, and the other experts all unleashed their abilities and nervously attacked Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua! How dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you die here today. A man in black armor shouted angrily. He held two blades in his hands and had a domineering figure. His black hair danced wildly as he fought, and his imposing manner was even stronger than the evil monarch. He was the leader of Xinhao sect, Ta Tianchen. He waved his two blades, and countless blade auras attacked Xian Xianghua like a storm. Xian Xianghua looked down on him and laughed. How dare a loser like you bark? I should have stomped you to death back then. Roar! A roar suddenly came from her body, and the demonic qi around her quickly condensed. A giant black hand blocked Ta Tianchen's blade aura, and her demonic qi condensed into a 1,000-foot-tall demonic shadow. This demonic shadow's true face could not be seen. It had 4 arms and let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar. Its power shook the world, and Ta Tianchen was so scared that he quickly retreated. The other experts did the same. The evil lord's face was gloomy as he murmured, "Celestial devil rebirth technique, this demonic might, the great devil's injuries were healed." Not only him, but the others also guessed the truth, and they all looked terrible. Xian Xianghua at her peak was so terrifying that she was almost invincible. In the current world, only Yang Di could beat her. Amitabha! Chief Monk Xuanha's voice came. He walked over from the horizon, and a golden radiance shone under his feet. With each step, the golden radiance extended by dozens of meters. The kasaya in front of his chest was torn, and the flesh inside was badly mutilated. It was evident that he was severely injured by Xian Xianghua. A golden halo spread out from his body and coiled around him. It was a majestic sight. Xian Xianghua, you have done many evil deeds. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will eliminate evil for the world. Chief Monk Xuanha's eyes were fixed on Xian Xianghua with determination. Demon subduing Saint Buddha's light. Someone cried out in agitation. Xian Xianghua still looked disdainful and said, "I'm getting married in half a year. How can I die here? I'll celebrate with your heads." After she spoke, the celestial devil behind her slapped toward Chief Monk Xuanha. An earth-shattering battle had officially begun. Underground, Tanhua sect's headquarters. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-extinguishing sword and sat on the ground, stroking the blade quietly. After mastering world internalization, he could feel the true power of the sword when he held the sky-extinguishing sword again. Back then, his cultivation was low, and he did not have enough spirit energy. He could barely swing the sword and could not unleash the horrifying power contained in the sky-extinguishing sword. Sky-extinguishing. Extinguishing sword. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others paced around and looked uneasy. But when they saw the sky-extinguishing sword, their eyes brightened and surrounded it. Sky-extinguishing sword. Master, what's the origin of this sword? Can I touch it? Be careful not to kill you. This is a demonic sword that can kill Lin Guanyu instantly. Hearing their words, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not intend to reveal the supreme legendary sword system to anyone, not even to those closest to him. Facing the doubts of others, he chose not to explain. Daoya old man came over and asked curiously, "How powerful are you now?" With Xian Xianghua's help, Zhou Xuanji cultivated in isolation for a few months. His power must have grown tremendously. Everyone looked at him in anticipation, including Jiang Shui. As he touched the sword, he smiled and said, "If I encounter the evil lord again, I'm confident that I can kill him." Everyone opened their eyes wide. "So powerful?" The little black snake asked excitedly. "This means that we are no longer afraid of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. With this brat's insane power, if he could kill one of them, he could fight the evil lord and Ta Tianqian at the same time." Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from ahead, followed by two cruel laughter. "Ha ha ha! It's here indeed. Tanhua sect really knows how to find a place to hide. Tisk tsk, the three demon chiefs are here too." Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused, and he immediately recognized who they were. Huangquan twin devils. Chapter 224. Huangquan twin devils, oh no. Don't tell me Huangquan Drake King is here too. Daoya old man's expression changed drastically, and his words shocked the others. Huangquan Drake King. Fifth in the world. This was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the northern wilderness region. Ha ha ha, Tanhua sect's three great demon chiefs, long time no see. I thought you guys were dead. A laugh that was even more arrogant than the Huangquan twin devils sounded out underground, causing Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions to change. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and said, "Retreat, hide." The Huangquan twin devils wanted to kill him, and they must have told the Huangquan Drake King about their past grudges. He had to hide. The others had no objections. They could only hide in the face of such a powerhouse. The Tanhua sect and Huangquan Drake King quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Strong winds howled, causing the palaces and pavilions to collapse. Countless bricks and tiles raged on the ground. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rose and fell, accompanied by the miserable cries of many demonic cultivators, making the underground seem like purgatory. Roar! The domineering dragon roar pierced through the rocks, shaking one's soul. Zhou Xuanji and the others hid in a cave in a corner and blocked the entrance with a spell. A faint blue light illuminated the darkness. Daoya old man stood, using his spiritual power to support the cave to prevent it from collapsing. Huangquan Drake King, Huangquan twin devils, Xuanhe divine monk, Ta Tianqian, evil lord, for immortal generals, Chongming demon monarch began to list the enemies of the Tanhua sect in detail. Everyone's faces turned ugly as they listened. Northern Sword Valiant muttered, "There are so many strong enemies, can Xian Xianghua really hold them off?" Such a lineup was sufficient to sweep through the entire world. "I wonder if my Red River Valley has arrived." Han Shenbua mumbled. Although he was already following Zhou Xuanji, he still had feelings for his sect. Zhao Congjian took a deep breath and said, "If the Tanhua sect is defeated, our chances of escaping will be slim." In other words, they would live and die together with the Tanhua sect. Not necessarily. We can pretend to be captives. Huang Lianxin reminded, causing the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch's eyes to light up. That's right. How could they have forgotten this? Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "Once Xuanji's identity is exposed, will those people tolerate him? With the title of the top genius in the world, the righteous sects might take this opportunity to kill Zhou Xuanji. Or else, when Zhou Xuanji fully matured, who could stand up to him in the future?" Under Zhou Xuanji's guidance since young, Jiang Shui's view of right and wrong was different from the secular world. She had never believed that the people of the righteous path were all gentlemen. That's right. We can't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. Xiao Jinghong muttered. Wasn't the Sword Emperor a righteous master in Great Zhou? But this guy suppressed him forcefully and forced Zhou Xuanji to go and ask for him personally. They had no choice but to think of other strategies. Zhou Xuanji did not speak. He was worried about Xian Xianghua. Time ticked by. The tremors outside grew more intense. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yellow Springs Drake King. You will die a horrible death. The Bloodwing Demon Chief's angry roar resounded throughout the headquarters. In the next moment, he let out a scream and then went silent. The ending was easy to imagine. The demon head had fallen. Humph. Trash, you still want to contend against this king? Huangquan Drake King's domineering voice rang out again, and his tone was filled with disdain. Then, countless cries of demonic cultivators rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. Duanhua Sirius. Azura of Hell. Everyone, hang in there. Yellow Springs Drake King. You will die a horrible death. So what if I die? In our next lives, we will still be followers of Duanhua Sirius. The suzerain will surely kill you. Ah, you are so evil. The cries resounded throughout the underground space. Even Zhou Xuanji and the others could hear them clearly. The Tanhua sect was being massacred. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded out, causing the underground space to tremble like never before. It was as though the fallen immortal heavenly lake was destroyed. Huangquan Worm. I will tear your tendons apart. Xian Xianghua's cold and murderous voice sounded out, followed by a series of deafening explosions. For some reason, hearing Xian Xianghua's voice, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenhua, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. From what they remembered, Xian Xianghua had never been defeated before. This old demonic woman has indeed recovered. Daoya old man mumbled to himself. He could not help but think of Chief Monk Xuanhe. Xian Xianghua had descended underground. The situation above, the battle continued. Dragon roars sounded out continuously, but compared to before, they were no longer domineering. Instead, they sounded a little painful. The top evil cultivator was still more powerful. At this moment, the cave that everyone was in suddenly lit up. The surrounding rocks collapsed, and a silhouette flew out and crashed into the light barrier created by Daoya Old Man. Everyone looked over and was shocked. It was the evil lord. The evil lord, whose face was covered in blood, was stunned. He looked back instinctively and wondered what stopped him. He immediately saw Zhou Xuanji and the sky-extinguishing sword in this brat's hand. It's you. The evil lord opened his eyes wide and quickly backed away from Zhou Xuanji. His blood-red robe was shredded into pieces, which made him look miserable. Zhou Xuanji walked toward him expressionlessly with the sky-extinguishing sword in his hand. Since he was exposed, he would take the opportunity to take revenge. Behind the evil lord, dust billowed in the air. A majestic silhouette was tumbling in the distance. It was the silhouette of a dragon. Zhou Xuanji also sensed other powerful auras attacking Xian Xianghua. Brat, I didn't expect you to be at Tanhua sect. Great, I will kill you today. The evil lord said coldly. After that, a blood-red whip appeared in his right hand. But before he could attack, Zhou Xuanji came to his back with one step. 10,000 ultimate steps. He appeared like a ghost. PFFTT. Blood splattered. Zhou Xuanji severed the evil lord's right arm, and the blood-red whip fell to the ground. It's time to take revenge for what happened that day. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. He turned around and surrounded the evil lord with the six-path sword shadow. The evil lord, who was severely injured, could not dodge in time and was engulfed by the Soul Eater slash. Swoosh! A stream of white light shot out from the sword chi and tried to escape. Zhou Xuanji waved his left hand, and the Phoenix Emperor sword appeared instantly. Ranged sword propelling. The evil lord's primordial spirit was destroyed by the Phoenix Emperor sword. And now, the Alliance Lord of Haoqi Alliance was completely dead. Jiang Shui, Shao Jinghong, Daoya Old Man, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, Han Shenbua, Huang Lianxin, Chongming Demon Monarch, the Little Black Snake, and A Big and Small Heir were all stunned. Even the red Qilin looked at Zhou Xuanji, blinking its eyes. This, he killed the evil lord in an instant? Wasn't it too easy? Zhou Xuanji stored his sword with a calm expression. Killing the evil monarch did not make him happy. After all, the old man was seriously injured and happened to run into him. Zhou Xuanji. You dared to kill the evil lord. You are really in cahoots with Tanhua sect. At this moment, a furious roar came. Zhou Xuanji turned to look. In the ruins far away, Huang Hantian was staring at him furiously. His expression was filled with righteous indignation, which attracted the other powerful cultivators to look at him. Amitba. Little brother Zhou, are you really the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect? In the billowing dust, Chief Monk Xuanhe walked out with his blood-stained golden staff. His eyes were sharp and fixed on Zhou Xuanji, ignoring Daoya Old Man. Third update. Asking for monthly votes. There were already more than 1,000 people supporting Xian Xianghua's marriage with Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 225. It's over. Daoya Old Man covered his face and sighed. He knew his old friend's heart best. Back then, Xian Xianghua had hurt him too much. Xuanhe, the divine monk, had gotten to where he was today because of his hatred. Facing the Xuanhe divine monk's interrogation, Zhou Xuanji looked calm. It is true that the Tanhua sect wishes for me to become the deputy sect leader, but I don't want to. His answer made Chief Monk Xuanhe's furrowed brows relax. So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji was forced to come. Chief Monk Xuanhe greatly admired Zhou Xuanji and did not want him to stray onto the demonic path. However, I owe Xian Xianghua too much, so I cannot let anyone kill her. Zhou Xuanji continued. His eyes were resolute, and his tone was calm. Chief Monk Xuanhe's expression changed instantly. He said in a low voice, Zhou Xuanji, do you know what you are doing? Xian Xianghua has killed so many people. If she doesn't die, the common people will suffer. He had even changed the way he addressed him. It was clear how furious he was. Huang Hantian roared angrily, I've long guessed that you and Xian Xianghua had an affair. You're her boy toy, right? You are a demon. The other cultivators from the righteous and evil sects looked at Zhou Xuanji differently. Zhou Xuanji's talent was so horrifying. If he joined the Tanhua sect, wouldn't the Tanhua sect dominate the northern wilderness region again? Don't waste your breath on him. Kill him before he's strong enough. A yellow-robed man shouted loudly. However, he did not make a move and only tried to incite the crowd. Amitba. Since that's the case, I can only suppress you. Chief Monk Xuanhe said as he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. This old monk was ranked in the top 20 of the Northern Wilderness top 100, which was not something the evil prince could compare with. In the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness, the higher the ranking, the greater the difference in strength. Numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Chief Monk Xuanhe and said, Senior, thank you for speaking up for me back then. However, I am not opposing you in today's battle. I just want her to live. Rumble, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. Wisps of white flames appeared around his body. His entire aura became extraordinary. He entered the sword-intent state of the sky-dominating divine sword. He was the sky-dominating divine sword and the sky-dominating divine sword was him. Xuanhe divine monk squinted his eyes and said, You are indeed talented. To be able to master such a sword will at such a young age, I'm afraid no one in the world can surpass you in terms of swordsmanship. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He pointed his sword at him and said, Xuanhe divine monk, although you are the top monk, you work together with other evil sects to deal with the Tanhua sect. The distinction between righteous and evil is actually a joke. It's all for your own selfish desires. Every time he saw that the Holy Land was in cahoots with Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance, he found it funny. Xian Xianghua is too strong. We can only join forces to eliminate her first. Chief Monk Xuanhe said in a low voice. After speaking, he came in front of Zhou Xuanji, and his right palm flashed with golden light as he slammed towards Zhou Xuanji's chest. The golden light shone on his face. That aura that could make one's soul tremble caused Zhou Xuanji's heart to tremble, and he instinctively raised the sky-extinguishing sword to block. Dang! Zhou Xuanji felt as if he was chopping a mountain of gold when his palm hit the blade. The horrifying force sent him flying backward. With a loud boom, he fell into the mountain wall above Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Xuanhe. If you want to take revenge, go find Xian Xianghua. What's the big deal with my grand disciple? Daoya old man roared furiously. Xian Xianghua was right behind him and was fighting evenly with Huangquan Drake King, Ta Tianchen, and the others. This old thing turned around and bullied his grand disciple? He suddenly felt that Chief Monk Xuanhe had changed. Chief Monk Xuanhe glanced at him and said, he has a close relationship with Xian Xianghua. If you kill Xian Xianghua, will he take revenge on everyone for her? The others almost exploded in anger. What kind of reason was that? The little black snake cursed, old bald donkey. You're just afraid of revenge. Chief Monk Xuanhe's eyes were cold, and he immediately lowered his head in fear. Xuanhe, you are courting death. Xian Xianghua's voice came suddenly, which shocked Chief Monk Xuanhe so much that he looked back instinctively. Bomb! A black palm of demonic qi slammed him into the ground. Next, Xian Xianghua came to where he was standing. She stretched her hand into the ground and pulled Chief Monk Xuanhe out. Her speed was simply too fast. So fast that no one could follow her with their eyes. The celestial demon behind her roared continuously, deafening everyone's ears. Xian Xianghua was still wearing her veil, but the coldness in her eyes flickered in the dim underground space, which caused the temperature to plummet. Two streams of demonic qi turned into long spears and pierced through Chief Monk Xuanhe's shoulders, which made him frown in pain. Ta Tianchen, the four legendary generals, Huangquan twin devils, and the others came over too. Seeing that Xian Xianghua had grabbed Chief Monk Xuanhe, they were all anxious. Let him go. Xian Xianghua, if you kill him, the heavenly law will not tolerate it. Your Tanhua sect can't be saved anymore. Hurry up and surrender. Chief Monk Xuanhe, what are you doing? Old demonic woman, you will not escape death today. If Chief Monk Xuanhe died, they would be even more pressured. Zhou Xuanji flew out from the mountain wall unscathed. He stared at Chief Monk Xuanhe and was shocked in his heart. This is the top monk? That palm strike just now was too powerful. They were not on the same level. On the other hand, Xian Xianghua captured Chief Monk Xuanhe directly. She was insane. Go to the spirit pool in my palace. There's a tunnel at the bottom. Follow the underground river, and you can leave Tanhua sect. Flow all the way to the seaside, and we will meet at Skyfall. Xian Xianghua's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears through telepathy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He could not leave Xian Xianghua behind just like that. Don't worry. If you guys aren't here, I can still live. If you guys stay here, you'll only be used against me. Let's go. I'll be able to escape soon. Perhaps I'll reach Skyfall before you guys do. Xian Xianghua noticed his expression and comforted him telepathically again. Her tone was so gentle, which was completely different from how she treated the others. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and immediately left. Xian Xianghua was telling the truth. If he continued to act on impulse, he would only harm her. He flew up to the group and said, "Follow me." After that, he flew toward Xian Xianghua's palace first, and the others followed closely behind. He looked back and saw that Xian Xianghua was already surrounded by the orthodox and evil sections. Ta Tianqian glanced at Zhou Xuanji and frowned slightly. After that, he turned his attention back to Xian Xianghua. Who is capable of killing this seat? This is your chance to make a name for yourselves. Xian Xianghua said with a mocking smile. Reputation was the most important to these powerful cultivators. If they could kill Xian Xianghua, others would respect them when mentioning them in the future. Especially to the leaders of their sects. Who did not want to become the most powerful cultivator in the world? Who did not want to leave their name in history? Kill! Ta Tianqian cried out loudly. After that, he charged toward Xian Xianghua first. The other powerful cultivators also attacked. Xian Xianghua smiled with disdain and broke Chief Monk Xuanhe's neck straightaway. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the others entered the palace and found the spirit pool. They moved away the rocks and wooden beams in the spirit pool before blasting open the bottom of the spirit pool. Walala, the sound of flowing water came from below, which made them delighted. Bring me along. At this moment, a weak voice came from the darkness in the palace. Chapter 226. Who is it? Come out. Chongming Demon Monarch cried out anxiously. When they came in, they did not see anyone else. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? He turned around and saw a translucent figure flying out from the darkness. It was a soul. He could not see the face clearly, but he could roughly see the figure. Diablo, you are not dead yet? Zhou Xuanji asked with a mocking tone. I just happened to bump into you. Diablo. The others became anxious immediately. The ancient Diablo was someone even more brutal than Xian Xianghua. He was also the mortal enemy of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The Diablo's soul flew over and begged, as long as you bring me out, I will give you an serendipity. Don't worry, I'm already at the end of my life. Even if I escape, I can only enter the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnate. I will no longer be the Diablo. Now, he did not even dare to call himself this king. Jiang Shui asked with a frown, that's strange. With Xian Xianghua's power, why would she allow a remnant soul like you to stay? The Diablo said furiously, that unfilial son is either busy with his secret meeting or Tanhua sex affairs. How would he have the time to find me? Secret meeting? Jiang Shui glanced at Zhou Xuanji intently. Zhou Xuanji faked a cough and stared at the Diablo. Sorry, for Xian Xianghua, I cannot let you go, even if there is serendipity. After that, he came up to the Diablo and grabbed him with his right hand. Just when he was about to take out his legendary sword, his palm heated up and sucked the Diablo's soul into his palm. What are you doing? The Diablo cried out in fear. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not understand the situation either. In that instant, he realized something. The Tianxia map could absorb souls. With just a thought, the Diablo's soul would dissipate completely. However, it was impossible for Xian Xianghua to allow the Diablo to survive until now. It must have been done on purpose. After the thought, he sucked the Diablo's soul into the Tianxia map instead of killing it. The Tianxia map could temporarily suppress souls. Let's go. Zhou Xuanji carried Jiang Shui and leaped down. The others followed closely behind. Chongming Demon Monarch carried the red Qilin, and Big and Small Air hesitated for a while before they followed. Following this, Zhou Xuanji took out a wooden raft from his storage ring. The group sat on it and floated down the river. The underground river was wide and high enough for a big and small heir to not have to kowtow. "Master, are you really going to marry Xian Xianghua?" Xiao Jinghong sat down cross-legged and asked. From Zhou Xuanji's words, it was evident that he had accepted Xian Xianghua's favor. The others also looked at him. However, he shook his head. "If she can survive, the future is long. It's still too early to talk about marriage," he replied softly. Chongming Demon Monarch and the little black snake widened their eyes. "Why? Aren't you afraid that she'll change her mind?" the little black snake asked nervously. Once Xian Xianghua had a change of heart and treated them again, would she be cruel to them? Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said, "She treats me well, and I owe her indeed. However, I cannot protect her because of this. After all, she has committed many sins. I hope that from now on, she can do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Only when her murderous intent is gone can we talk about love." Xian Xianghua had killed too many people and had too many enemies. Unlike him, he also had enemies, but he had a clear conscience. It was always others who provoked him, and he never killed the innocent. Humans were selfish. As long as it was someone they cared about, they could tolerate all kinds of things, but they would not allow others to bully them. Zhou Xuanji wanted to protect Xian Xianghua, and he knew that this was selfish. However, this was human. It was because of the 7 emotions and 6 desires that one became a human. That's right. Instead of letting Xian Xianghua die, it's better to let her renounce evil and become a good person. With her ability, if she can protect the human clan, she will be able to save many people, even more than the people she has killed. Good and evil can never be directly defined. Daoya Old Man said as he stroked his beard. He did not hate Xian Xianghua that much. When humans kill demons, no matter how many demons they kill, they won't be treated as a sin by others. This is the theory of race. Whether it's right or wrong, in my opinion, everyone is guilty. There's a saying in Buddhism, lay down the butcher's knife and you will become a Buddha. It doesn't mean that laying down the butcher's knife is considered good, because the responsibility of becoming a Buddha is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The group did not fully understand. There were too many things in the world that could not be explained with logic. Right and wrong were not all black and white. If Xian Xianghua turned over a new leaf and protected the human clan, she might be able to save the human clan in the future. If she died, and the human clan did not have enough power, who could guarantee that the human clan would not be destroyed? Every person, every decision, could change many things, far beyond his own expectations. That's true. She hasn't lost her mind to the point of killing. Back in that inn, the people she killed were not good people. Who doesn't have hands stained with blood? How could she open a shop in the wilderness? Chongming Demon Monarch nodded. He despised those hypocritical people the most. If humans killed demons, it was justice. If demons ate humans, it was evil. Why? If she's really bloodthirsty, with her cultivation, she could kill wherever she goes. In the past 10,000 years, the number of humans would be less than half of what it is now. She was once the top cultivator in the world after all. Look at the evil lord and Tatianshan. They killed many people too. Why are they still alive? How many human and demon lives did Xuanhe divine monk accumulate to become the top monk? Who can guarantee that the people he killed were all evil? The group looked at Chongming Demon Monarch in astonishment. This old demon could still make such a logical argument? The little black snake sighed in amazement, "Old bull, you hide your strength well." Even the way Zhou Xuanji looked at Chongming Demon Monarch changed. Daoya Old Man said with a smile, "Indeed. In the world, Xian Xianghua might not even be in the top 10 for killing the most people. Who asked her to offend so many people? Because of that, she became a peerless evil demon. What I admire about her the most is that she never kills mortals. She never kills women or children, unless they offend her. Zhou Xuanji had no doubt about this. At least, he did not see Xian Xianghua do such things. She treated Jiang Shui well too. With her methods, she could totally enslave him and Jiang Shui. Beixiao Wangjian opened his eyes wide and asked, "Why do I feel that she's not evil beyond redemption?" These people's eloquence and logic were too impressive. Daoya old man shook his head and said, "She's an evil person indeed. But evil doesn't stop at killing. The distinction between good and evil is in the governance of mortal kingdoms. The cultivation world is extraordinary, and the powerful rule. Which cultivator has not killed before? Think about it carefully. With Xian Xianghua's power, could she have nurtured so many powerful cultivators from when they were weak until now? She's just too arrogant. If it were someone else, he or she could have eradicated them and dominated the world. Xuanhe divine monk and I were not killed by her back then. We were just toyed with by her." Xuanhe divine monk had such a great hatred because his revered teacher insisted on eliminating the evil. As he said this, he sighed. The group fell into deep thought. Today's argument made them feel the same way. What was justice and what was evil? Zhou Xuanji said, in conclusion, "Don't kill innocent people. Don't offend others for no reason, but don't let others harm you. Cultivators like us must act according to our hearts." His expression was strange. Hold on. Wasn't it talking about Xian Xianghua? How did it become chicken soup, smiley face, smiley face? Chapter 227. Jiang Shui tilted her head and glanced at everyone. She sighed and said, "I feel like you guys know a lot of things. Why didn't I think so before?" The river surged. Because of the discussion about life, everyone was no longer nervous. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shenbua sat at the edge of the raft, listening to the lecture while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Zhao Zongjian rubbed his chin and muttered, "If our enemies are understood and protected like this, should we let go of our hatred? In that case, does it count as following your heart?" He wasn't trying to argue, he was just curious. He liked this kind of discussion very much as it could help him comprehend the sword Tao. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "The mortal world respects the good and repels the evil, while the cultivation world respects the weak and the strong preys on the weak. You are powerful, so you can set the rules. If you are the heavens, you can set the rules for all living beings. If you are strong enough, you can protect whoever you want to protect. If you are not strong enough, even if the person you want to protect is righteous and pure, what can you do if the strong want to kill him? The strong reigned supreme. This was the world of cultivation. I hope that you won't kill innocent people. It's good to do good, but you can't do evil." Zhou Xuanji instructed. He was afraid that the others would misunderstand and act recklessly in the future. Daoya old man nodded and looked at Zhou Xuanji approvingly. "Xuanji, grand teacher was right about you. You are a man of principle. If someone like you becomes the top cultivator in the world, the human race will be fortunate. If the evil lord and Ta Tianchen become the top cultivator in the world, the human race will be in trouble, and so will the world." Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and smiled proudly. "Xuanji has been doing good deeds since he was young. He has saved many people." The others nodded and could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji's original title. Unparalleled Sword God Zhou. Everyone began to talk cheerfully and wittily. The atmosphere was no longer heavy and they began to talk about the past. The flow of the river was very fast, and in a short while, they were far away from the fallen immortal heavenly lake. They encountered many branches of underground rivers and even waterfalls. Fortunately, they were proficient in spells, so they were safe. They began to talk about establishing a sect. Huang Lianqin suggested, I think the Tanhua sect has completely declined. Why don't we recruit Xian Xianghua? Doesn't she want to be master's wife? Let her become an elder of our sect. That's the world's #1 battle prowess. At the same time, we can restrain her and help her turn over a new leaf. When the others heard this, they all clapped their hands in approval. Daoya Old Man also thought it was a good idea. Only by giving up on the Tanhua sect would Xian Xianghua be able to change herself. However, after this battle, the world's view of us might change. Daoya Old Man said meaningfully. In today's world, anyone who was related to the Tanhua sect would be attacked and killed by everyone. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Don't be afraid. Time will prove everything." Daoya Old Man nodded. He liked how steady and confident Zhou Xuanji was. For the next period of time, they continued to wander in the underground river. According to Xian Xianghua, it would flow all the way to the sea. How far was the distance from the fallen immortal heavenly lake to the sea? Thus, they began to take turns to watch over the situation in all directions while the others cultivated. Because they were constantly in the dark, they were unable to accurately calculate the time. Days passed by. On this day, the red Kirin suddenly started sneezing non-stop. Jiang Shui squatted beside it and asked worriedly, "Is it sick?" Zhou Xuanji said without opening his eyes, "It's a fire qilin. Do you think it will get sick?" As he spoke, he even stretched out his hand and slapped the red Kirin. Jiang Shui glared at him and said, "How can you be so rude?" After that, she began to examine the red Kirin's body. Zhou Xuanji did not take this incident to heart. Because the little guy recovered on the same day. But every few days, the red Kirin would start sneezing again and recover in half an incense's time. Even Daoya Old Man did not find anything wrong with it. He could only put this matter aside for now. There's light ahead. We're going out. Han Shenhua cried out excitedly, and the others, who were cultivating, opened their eyes. At this point, the underground river was already considered an underground river. The river was very wide, and there was a ball of light a few thousand meters ahead. With Zhou Xuanji's eyesight, he could already see the seawater. They were finally at the end. The group got up excitedly. "It's my first time seeing the ocean," Huang Lianxin said excitedly. Other than Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man, the others were the same, including Chongming Demon Monarch and the Little Black Snake. The northern wilderness region was vast. From the inland to the seaside, one had to cross mountains and rivers, and it was very difficult to pass through. For ordinary people, even if there were no obstacles, they would not be able to reach the seaside in their lifetime. If not for the fact that the river was fast, they might have to wait for a long time. The ocean is boundless. At the edge of the world, at the edge of the sea. Maybe at the end of the ocean, there's a world even vaster than the northern wilderness region. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement as he stroked his long beard. He had never tried to cross the ocean in his life. To the northern wilderness region, the ocean represented danger. Humans and demons who went out to sea rarely came back. After leaving the cave, the group flew up and stored the raft so that they could use it again in the future. A big and small air circled in the sky excitedly and roared. The group turned around and saw that the cave was connected to a mountain range. At a glance, the end of the land was filled with tall mountains that reached into the clouds. "Let's stay here for a few days," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The others had no objections. With Xian Xianghua's capabilities, if she could escape, she would surely reach Skyfall. They were not in a hurry. This was their life motto. No matter where they were, they must enjoy the scenery along the way and feel the state of the world. "Ha ha ha, Jinghong, let's go catch some fish. Let's see who can catch the biggest fish," Han Shenhua said excitedly, and Xiao Jinghong did not object. Previously, Han Shenbo was ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board, while Xiao Jinghong was ranked third. The two of them had been competing against each other openly and secretly. Until today, they were still competing against each other in terms of cultivation. Huang Lianxin and Jiang Shui held hands and walked toward the beach. Chongming Demon Monarch carried the little black snake in one hand and the red qilin in the other. They threw each other on the beach, and those who did not know would think that they had a grudge against each other. Beixiao Wangjian and Zhao Congjian began practicing their sword techniques. They had not practiced for a long time because it was not convenient to do so on the raft. Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man stood on a reef and looked toward the horizon. How far is Skyfall Peak from here? Zhou Xuanji asked. He placed his hands behind his back, looking as old-fashioned as Daoya Old Man. Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, I still don't know where we are. An old man and a young man stood side by side and looked at the tide. The scene seemed to have frozen. They did not speak anymore and looked into the distance quietly, reminiscing about the past. Half an hour later. Look! What's that? Beixiao Wangjian cried out in surprise, and everyone turned to look. A rainbow light descended from the sky, streaked across the horizon, and passed over their heads. The group turned around and looked toward the direction of the rainbow light. Could it be an otherworldly object? It's rare for otherworldly objects to appear in the northern wilderness region. Daoya Old Man mumbled. After that, he began divining with his fingers. PFFTT, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His body went limp, and he fell backward into the seawater. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in astonishment but did not stretch out his hand. Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 228. Plop. Daoya Old Man fell into the sea, causing the others to look back. The little black snake called out, Where's that bad old man? Zhou Xuanji pointed downward and said, He fell down. Looking at his appearance, it was clear that he had no intention of going into the water to save him. Then what are you waiting for? Jiang Shui asked curiously. At this moment, Ada landed and picked up Daoya Old Man with his eagle claws. Ada threw him on the beach, and the others gathered around him. He curled up like a prawn, his limbs trembling, his eyes rolling back as he muttered, Nightmare. Nightmare. Chongming Demon Monarch kicked his butt and asked, What are you pretending for? Zhou Xuanji kicked the old bull's butt and cursed, Show some respect. After kicking Chongming Demon Monarch away, he walked behind Daoya Old Man, get up. He frowned and urged. Then, he took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and stabbed it into Daoya Old Man's butt. This scene caused the others to widen their eyes. Although they knew the special ability of the Holy Light Redemption Sword, the place where it stabbed, Daoya Old Man's body twitched. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were no longer white. His limbs were no longer twitching. Zhou Xuanji quickly sheathed his sword and looked calm. After Daoya Old Man regained his senses, he subconsciously touched his butt. You hit your butt when you fell just now. Tell me, what did you calculate? Zhou Xuanji asked hurriedly. Daoya Old Man had coughed up blood when he divined before, but it had never been this bad. Could it be that the rainbow light from before was not as simple as it seemed? Was it really an otherworldly object? In the northern wilderness region, there were many stories of immortals descending to the mortal world. Most of the immortals who descended to the mortal world were beaten down by others, and their cultivation levels were not as high as before. Even so, they could still move unhindered in the mortal world. Daoya Old Man stood up and said in a deep voice, Just now, when I was divining the object from outer space, I saw a person standing on a mountain of corpses. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were corpses piled up hundreds of feet high. I saw the corpses of Xuanhe, Xian Xianghua, Huangquan Drake King, Ta Tianchen, Yang Xindi, and even you guys, except for Xuanji. Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard this. Beixiao Wangjian asked anxiously, "Who killed us?" Daoya Old Man was quite accomplished in fortune-telling, and almost all of his predictions were accurate. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the Little Black Snake were all extremely nervous. Zhou Xuanji also frowned, but he did not believe in fate. "I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. I only saw him standing on top of the mountain of corpses. He had a head full of white hair and an extremely ferocious expression." Daoya Old Man's face was pale as he sighed. Although he had lived for thousands of years, he was still afraid of death. "Then let's go. Since you got this divination from the extraterrestrial object, why don't we go take a look?" For some reason, he thought of the 10,000-year prince that Xian Xianghua had mentioned. When the others heard this, they all nodded. If they didn't figure it out, they wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace. It just so happens that that thing is flying inland. "We're going in the same direction," Han Shenbua said. Then, he turned around. Everyone rode on their swords and chased after him. On the way, they kept asking Daoya Old Man questions. Who wouldn't be afraid after learning that they were going to die? They wanted to ask for more details to prepare themselves. "Why isn't Master here? Could it be that Master is someone who can fight against that person?" Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. With Zhou Xuanji's personality, if they died, he would surely avenge them, no matter how powerful the enemy was. Daoya Old Man frowned and said, "I'm not sure either. I haven't been able to divine this kid's fate." The others looked at Zhou Xuanji. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, none of you will die. Even if you die, I'll go to the Yellow Springs and enter the cycle of reincarnation to find you one by one." Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, and everyone was no longer nervous. If someone else had said this, they would have scoffed. But if Zhou Xuanji said it, they would believe him. This was a trust built over a long period of time. Daoya Old Man stared at him and fell into deep thought. He flew all the way, leaping over mountains one after another. The sun set and the moon rose. The sun rose in the east. At the first glimmer of dawn, everyone finally found a huge pit. The pit was located in the middle of the forest, and the surrounding trees were toppled over. There were even some charred wood. The crater was 100 feet wide and 30 feet deep, as if it had been created by a meteor crashing into the ground. At the bottom of the crater, everyone saw thin purple crystals. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand and pieced the purple crystals together. They formed half an eggshell, and seeing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Was it really a spirit from beyond the heavens? There's an extremely powerful aura in the surroundings. That thing should have left not long ago, Chongming Demon Monarch said with a frown. Chongming Demon Monarch said with a frown. There was fear in his eyes. No matter if it was a human or a demon, they would all feel fear toward the unknown. "I think we should forget about it. Let's go find Skyfall first and settle down before cultivating," Jiang Shui suggested. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others nodded. They looked at Zhou Xuanji. "All right, only if we are powerful enough can we deal with everything," Zhou Xuanji agreed. Following this, Daoya Old Man began to divine the direction of Skyfall. After a while, everyone set off on their journey. After they left, a figure walked out from the shadows of the forest. It was a young man. His hair was white, and his skin was slightly shriveled. He wore simple clothes made from wolf skin and stood barefooted. He looked up with his empty eyes and mumbled, "The aura of the Tianxia map. That thing has appeared again." A month later. Zhou Xuanji, who was resting under a tree, suddenly heard the sword spirit's voice. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 24 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, gold, Great Compassion Sword, Amethyst, Abyss Demon Sword, Sword Master Haki. The two legendary swords were of high grades. Their information appeared before his eyes: sword name, Great Compassion Sword grade, gold description, a sword of Buddhism. It gathers the sadness of the world and can transfer it to others. Sword name, Abyss Demon Sword grade, amethyst description, an evil sword from the depths of the abyss. It was born after absorbing countless demonic chi, evil chi, and resentment. Once used, the murderous intent will rise. They all looked good and did not disappoint him. He turned his attention to Sword Master Haki. Could it be a sword technique? Sword Master Haki is a divine ability. Once inherited, you can command billions of swords in the world. As long as the opponent's cultivation does not surpass yours, they will not be able to control their own swords. This divine ability consumes soul power. The higher the grade of the swords, the greater the consumption. The sword spirit introduced in his mind, which made him open his eyes wide. Divine ability. What a pretentious divine ability. In the cultivation world, divine abilities were above spells. Very few people could cultivate divine abilities. If one had a divine ability, he or she would be unrivaled and could even become one of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Without hesitation, he chose to inherit Sword Master Haki. Smiley face. Chapter 229. Inheriting a divine ability took a longer time than inheriting a sword technique. The massive amount of memories flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind, and it felt like his head was going to explode. A powerful gale surrounded his body. The people around him sensed his abnormality and looked over. What is the revered teacher doing? Breaking through? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had far surpassed his, and he could not see through him. Daoya old man said in surprise, no, he's not breaking through. He seems to be in an epiphany. Epiphany? The others gathered around him. Zhou Xuanji's talent was already devilish enough. He could gain epiphany just by sitting down. That was too much of a blow. Today is Xuanji's 24th birthday. Jiang Shui said coldly, which brightened everyone's eyes. Every birthday, Zhou Xuanji would receive a new sword and a new sword technique. Although they did not understand why, they understood that Zhou Xuanji might become more powerful again. They began to look forward to it. Old man, how long until skyfall? The little black snake shouted from the tree. His tone was impolite. Daoya old man replied, we will arrive in about half a month. Don't be scared to death when we reach skyfall. When he mentioned skyfall, his face was filled with respect. It was one of the tallest mountains in the Northern Wilderness region after all. The place closest to the sky. The little black snake did not care about it but did not continue to ask. An hour later. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were beaming with radiance. His entire temperament suddenly changed. Everyone looked at him. Jiang Shui smiled and said, Xuanji, happy 24th birthday. Zhou Xuanji taught her to wish each other a happy birthday every year. You too. Happy 28th birthday. Zhou Xuanji got up with a smile, but she rolled her eyes in return. Women are always 18 years old. After he said this, Zhou Xuanji felt a little dazed. This girl was already 28 years old. On Earth, she would be considered a leftover woman. But in the Northern Wilderness region, she was still a young girl. Of course, this girl's character was still immature. Master, quickly display it for us to see. Zhao Congjian said excitedly. It must be a new sword technique. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was already a treasure trove. He wanted to learn all kinds of sword techniques. However, he did not have the supreme legendary sword system. No matter how talented he was, he had to train slowly. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and said, "We'll talk about it later. Let's go." Sword Master Haki allowed his control over all his swords to soar. Although his cultivation level didn't increase, his soul force was greatly enhanced. Coupled with his divine art, his overall strength couldn't be compared to before. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, the others did not force him and continued to rush toward Skyfall. Along the way, there were more and more tall mountains, and more demonic beasts. Their strength was also gradually increasing, and it felt like they were deep in the territory of the demonic beasts. There was a mountain range with undulating forests. There was a huge mountain that pierced through the clouds, connecting heaven and earth. Skyfall. In front of this mountain, all the other mountains in the world seemed short, like saplings surrounding a giant tree in the sky. Skyfall took up hundreds of kilometers of land, and even though it became narrower the further one went, it did not feel like an all. From a distance, it looked like a heavenly pillar, the top of which reached the clouds, making it impossible for anyone to tell how tall Skyfall was. Rumble, the ground suddenly started to tremble as countless demonic beasts galloped out of the forest like a massive army. In front of them, there were cultivators flying on swords, darting through the forest. They were extremely fast, like sharp arrows. The leader was a one-eyed man. He was skinny and had tanned skin. He gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, hold on. We have to escape before the 8th stage demon appears." His white robe was stained with blood. Evidently, he had just experienced a fierce battle. "Yes!" Hundreds of cultivators shouted in unison. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with fear and anger. They were disciples of the Hegemon Sword sect, and they had come under orders to go to Skyfall. However, they had encountered an accident, and over 1,000 disciples had died or been injured. Now, there were only 300 or so left. Ha ha ha. Where do you think you can run to? Arrogant laughter sounded out as a domineering figure leapt out from the middle of Skyfall's mountain. He wore a robe made of tiger skin, and his brown hair danced in the wind. His face was valiant, and there were 2 sharp fangs in his mouth and 6 thick tails behind him. He quickly landed on a mountain in front of the cultivators, causing the mountain to collapse. Rocks flew everywhere, and a wild gale swept out in all directions. The one-eyed man hurriedly stopped, and the sword under his feet appeared in his hand, blocking the wind for him. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the wind, as if doomsday had arrived. The Hegemon Sword sect disciples behind him all had expressions of despair. "It's over. Liuwu Demon Wolf has woken up. What do we do now? Are we really going to die here? Damn it, I can't accept this. Let's fight it out with him. That's right. We're going to die anyway. At the very least, we'll drag someone down with us." The cultivators roared, and their expressions changed as they prepared to fight. The one-eyed man took a deep breath, and his gaze also became fierce. Liuwu Demon Wolf flew out from the billowing dust, and he had a condescending smile on his face. "You trash dared to ascend to Skyfall, and now you want to escape? Your deaths will be the best warning to the world." Liuwu Demon Wolf savagely laughed. After speaking, he even licked his lips, as if he wanted to eat someone. At that moment, the swords of the Hegemon Sword sect's 300 cultivators suddenly trembled violently, unable to control themselves. "What's going on?" The one-eyed man's only eye widened, and his expression was one of terror. The other cultivators were the same. Their swords had been dripped with blood, and they were connected to their bloodlines. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Swish! 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 Their swords left their hands and flew into the air above the forest. Liuwu Demon Wolf narrowed his eyes, and he was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he was curious about what these people wanted to do. What are you playing at? A sword formation? Liuwu Demon Wolf asked in a low voice, a look of disdain in his eyes. No one answered him, because the cultivators were also very terrified. A chill rose from their feet and shot up to their heads. Ha ha ha. A mere wolf demon dares to be so arrogant. From today onwards, Skyfall Peak will be ours. A wild laughter came from behind Liuwu Demon Wolf. It was Chongming Demon Monarch. A 7th rank demon challenging an 8th rank demon was undoubtedly seeking death. However, Chongming Demon Monarch did not take Liuwu Demon Wolf seriously at all. Zhou Xuanji, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others flew over on their swords. All of them were smiling fearlessly, as though they were sword immortals. Liuwu Demon Wolf turned around and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" The hundreds of swords levitating in the air suddenly charged toward him. They were extremely fast. He was so shocked that he dodged instinctively. However, the swords seemed to be alive and chased after him madly. Everyone was stunned. Chongming Demon Monarch asked in astonishment, "What's going on? They can deal with it themselves?" He thought that these sword cultivators were already at the end of their rope. Chapter 230. Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh, several hundred swords chased after Liuwu Demon Wolf, forcing him to circle in the air above the forest. He did not act rashly in case it was a trap. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the others. He could not see through Daoya Old Man and Zhou Xuanji, and he could not help but feel fearful. No. It's too dangerous. As Liuwu Demon Wolf thought to himself, he turned and flew toward Skyfall, quickly disappearing. Hundreds of treasured swords descended as well, landing in front of the Hegemon Sword Sect disciples, causing them to be dumbfounded. All of this was naturally done by Zhou Xuanji. By relying on Sword Master Haki, he could control other people's swords from a distance. However, the distance could not be too far, so he did not continue to chase after Liuwu Demon Wolf. Zhou Xuanji brought his group to the Hegemon Sword Sect. "Thank you for your help, brothers." Although the one-eyed man could not understand what had happened, he still politely cupped his fist and greeted Zhou Xuanji and the others. If he guessed correctly, the reason why their swords went berserk earlier was definitely because of this group of people. "Are you fellows from Hegemon Sword Sect?" Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. The Hegemon Sword Sect was a first-rate swordsmanship faction in the northern wilderness region, and they even had hopes of becoming a sacred land. The one-eyed man sheathed his sword and nodded. "I am Qing Qianlong, a disciple of the Hegemon Sword Sect. I led my junior brothers to Skyfall to search for medicinal herbs, but we were unexpectedly attacked by the demons on the mountain. Skyfall has already been taken over by the demons. Damn it!" At the end of his sentence, he could not help but grit his teeth. How could he be willing to let so many of his fellow disciples die? Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenbua and the rest frowned. Occupied by the demon race? They turned their heads and saw many demons in the forest in the distance watching them. Most of the demons were between the 3rd and 5th stage. It was hard to imagine how many demons were hiding in Skyfall. "May I ask which demon clan it is?" Chongming Demon Monarch asked. The demon race also had their own factions. Compared to the human race, it was more complicated. Among the demon race, those who occupied a mountain and proclaimed themselves as kings could be considered a force. The mutual deception between demons was less than that between humans, and the killing was more intense. How could an ordinary demon race force dare to make an enemy out of our Hegemon Sword Sect? Naturally, they are the subordinates of that demon race supremacy. Qing Qianlong sighed, his face clouded with worry. The Supreme Demon Lord, Jihuang Demon Lord. Second in the world. The most powerful existence in the entire northern wilderness region. Chongming Demon Monarch and the Little Black Snake widened their eyes. To demons, Jihuang Demon Lord was definitely the pinnacle of their lives. It was like a mortal looking up to an emperor. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Jihuang Demon Lord to already have his eyes on Skyfall. Does Jihuang Demon Lord know about this? Daoya Old Man asked. After all, Jihuang Demon Lord had many experts under him, and it was very likely that his subordinates did it. After all, Jihuang Demon Lord was so powerful that he did not need Skyfall at all. Cheng Qianlong gritted his teeth and said, he naturally doesn't know. Otherwise, the demons in this area would be more than 10 times stronger. Even so, they are still his subordinates. Offending these demons is equivalent to offending Jihuang Demon Lord. Although the Hegemon Sword sect was strong, it was nothing compared to Jihuang Demon Lord. One had to know that the battle that made Jihuang Demon Lord famous was when he fought the 8 sacred grounds alone. He was unparalleled. In the current world, only Sunlight Emperor could suppress him. Even Xian Xianghua was inferior to him in terms of prestige and status. At the very least, no one dared to cause trouble for Jihuang Demon Lord. We're in trouble now. Should we change mountains? Beixiao Wangjian asked. They had already offended enough people, and if they offended Jihuang Demon Lord as well, they would have no place to stand. Both the human and demon races would not tolerate them. Change mountains? Zhou Xuanji frowned. All of the good mountains and lands in the northern wilderness had been taken. Where could they go? After the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake incident, they would no longer be able to stand in the human race. Could it be that they had to go overseas? Change mountains? Do you really want to conquer Skyfall? Cheng Qianlong asked, a strange expression on his face. Even without Jihuang Demon Lord, it would be incredibly difficult to conquer Skyfall. There were countless 10,000-year-old demons on the mountain, and there were many natural danger zones that could take people's lives. That's right, the human race hasn't been very peaceful recently. The number 1 genius on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, Zhou Xuanji, has been bewitched by Xian Xianghua. Sooner or later, he will become an even greater threat than Xian Xianghua. Chief Monk Xuanhe even said that he would become an existence like the ancient Diablo, Cheng Qianlong said as he shook his head, looking quite worried. Everyone's expressions became strange. Daoya Old Man's expression became even more unsightly. He had never thought that Chief Monk Xuanhe would slander Zhou Xuanji like this. They had expected this situation, but they had never thought that it would be even more serious than they had imagined. Zhou Xuanji was going to become a demon even more terrifying than Xian Xianghua? These words were simply too terrifying. Before, I greatly respected Zhou Xuanji, and he even viewed my sect's Lin Chang'e as a lifelong enemy. However, it's a pity that he has entered the demonic path, and I feel ashamed of him. Cheng Qianlong said indignantly. He was even more furious than when he mentioned the demons on the mountain. Zhou Xuanji did not become angry. As the saying went, the deeper the love, the more severe the responsibility. This old fellow definitely liked him too much. Everyone else became furious. Half-blind, what are you talking about? The Little Black Snake said angrily. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others also looked quite unfriendly. The hundreds of cultivators behind Cheng Qianlong raised their swords, preparing for battle. I say, Zhou Xuanji, Cheng Qianlong said as he frowned. Halfway through his words, he stopped. Wait, could it be? He immediately thought of something and quickly retreated. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, are we still going to conquer this mountain? From a distance, Skyfall looked incredibly grand, and it fit its name so well. As soon as they saw Skyfall, their hearts were moved. If they could establish a sect on Skyfall, how grand would it be? Conquer. Of course we're going to. A lovely laugh suddenly sounded out, causing everyone's expressions to change. They all looked around in delight. Qing Qianlong and the hundreds of hegemon sword sect cultivators felt quite confused. A figure appeared behind Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui out of nowhere, putting a hand on their shoulders. It was Xian Xianghua. Jiang Shui was so scared that her body trembled, while Zhou Xuanji turned and dodged her hand. Xian Xianghua was wearing a veil and a purple dress. She was just as bewitching and gave off an oppressive aura. Her eyes were filled with joy. "So you're fine." Daoya old man sighed in amazement. The saying was right, scourges last for 1,000 years. Xian Xianghua glanced at Skyfall and said, "Since you want this mountain, I'll help you take it." Chongming Demon Monarch said excitedly, "That's right, with you here, even if Jihuang Demon Lord comes, we won't be afraid." Qing Qianlong was incredibly shocked. He could already guess Xian Xianghua's identity. His legs trembled and cold sweat covered his body, and he was unable to remain calm. The hegemon sword sect disciples behind him stared with wide eyes. It was the first time they had seen Qing Qianlong lose his composure like this. Xian Xianghua looked at them and said coldly, "You people don't know the truth and just go with the flow. You don't deserve to live in this world." After saying this, she walked towards Qing Qianlong and the others. "Wait, let them go." Zhou Xuanji hurriedly called out to her, not wanting her to randomly kill people. Xian Xianghua did not stop and said, "I don't want to kill them, I just want them to leave behind the hegemon sword sect sword formation. I can't let you save them for nothing. Calm. Miao Shu." Chapter 231. Sword Array. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he did not have a sword formation. The lethality of a sword formation was generally higher than a sword technique. After all, many swords or people were needed. The hegemon sword sect sword formation was renowned throughout the world. The most famous battle was against the Yao army, where hundreds of thousands of sword shio lined up in formation. Celestial Dipper of 10,000 Stars formation. The moment the sword array appeared, millions of demons were slain. Blood filled the battlefield, causing hegemon sword sect to rise to become a first-rate faction. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji could use dozens of swords, and he alone could form a formation. If he had a sword array, his strength would increase exponentially. "What are you trying to do?" Qing Qianlong asked in a trembling voice. He didn't dare to flee, nor did he dare to fight. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even the sect master of the hegemon sword sect had to kneel in front of Xian Xianghua. "Didn't you hear what I said? Hand over your sword formation, or I will torture you until you wish you were dead." Xian Xianghua stopped 3 meters in front of him and said coldly. The hundreds of sword cultivators were so frightened by her killing intent that they didn't dare to move. They finally experienced Qing Qianlong's terror. "I don't have much patience. If you don't hand it over after 3 counts, I'll skin you alive and pull out your bones," Xian Xianghua said impatiently. Then, she began to count down. Qing Qianlong was so frightened that he knelt on the spot. With a flip of his right hand, a scroll appeared in his hand. He shouted, "I'll give. I'll give." His face was filled with terror, and he felt powerless all over. Xian Xianghua took the scroll, scanned it with her divine sense, and nodded with satisfaction. She turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and the others and said, "Let's go up the mountain with me." She leaped into the air, her right foot stepping on Qing Qianlong's head as she used the momentum to step into the air. Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and followed behind. The others followed closely behind. The group of hegemon sword sect disciples fell to the ground in a daze. "Master! I'm sorry." Qing Qianlong raised his head and howled. After saying this, he raised his sword and slit his own throat. His blood splattered across the grass. "Senior brother!" More than 300 sword cultivators exclaimed and hurried over. The little black snake sat on Chongming Demon Monarch's shoulder and sighed. "You humiliating him like this is worse than killing him. This old fellow might not be able to live on." Xian Xianghua said disdainfully, "Pretentious. If he really wants to die, he can just scatter his soul. Why would he need to slit his throat?" With this level of cultivation, even if their throats were slit and their heads exploded, they wouldn't die completely because their primordial spirits were still present. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin subconsciously looked back, and indeed, they saw the Hegemon Sword sect disciples crying and shouting that they did not blame Qing Qianlong, that they would definitely report the matter to the sect, and that they would all die together. His methods were truly impressive. They sighed in their hearts and could only admire him. "Are you hurt?" Zhou Xuanji asked Xian Xianghua. Looking at this old demonic woman's complexion, she seemed to be in good condition. Xian Xianghua smiled proudly and said, "Do they think they can hurt me?" She had recovered to her peak or even surpassed her peak. Except for Sunlight Emperor, she was not afraid of anyone. "Is Ta Tianchen dead?" Han Shenbua asked out of concern. The evil lord had already been killed by Zhou Xuanji. If Ta Tianchen also died, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance would not be able to do anything. At least for a while, they would not have the time to hunt them down. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "I wanted to kill him, but I wanted to come to Skyfall earlier so that I could escape quickly." Everyone rolled their eyes. She made it sound so dignified, but wasn't it because she could not kill him? "That's right, I caught the remnant soul of the ancient Diablo. I'll hand him to you after we settle down," Zhou Xuanji said as he remembered something. Xian Xianghua's expression did not change and she only nodded slightly. Evidently, she had long since sensed the ancient Diablo's existence. The group quickly flew toward Skyfall. Xian Xianghua was the fastest. She quickly disappeared, and in less than 3 breaths of time, she flew over with Liuwu Demon Wolf. Liuwu Demon Wolf was covered in blood, and his arms were visibly broken. He continuously coughed up blood and looked extremely wretched. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They had not even come to their senses, and Xian Xianghua had already made an 8th-rank great demon lose his battle strength. How powerful was this old demonic woman? Zhou Xuanji was thinking about this too. Daoya Old Man once said that many cultivators in the northern wilderness top 100 had surpassed the great realization stage. What stage was Xian Xianghua, who was once the top cultivator in the world, at? There are 4 8th-rank great demons on the mountain, and a 9th-rank demon dragon that has been sleeping for a long time. It's in the magma of Skyfall and has probably been sleeping for more than 1,000 years. Unless Skyfall collapses, it will not wake up. Xian Xianghua said with a smile, which made everyone open their eyes wide. 9th-rank demon dragon? Evidently, this 9th-rank demon dragon was not Jihuang Demon Lord's subordinate, and the demons did not notice its existence. Dragon, the little black snake swallowed its saliva. It spent 1,000 years to transform into a dragon. This demonic dragon slept for an entire lifetime. 9th rank, demon dragon? Liuwu Demon Wolf was trembling in fear, and his eyes were wide open. He had slept on Skyfall for so many years. Now that he thought about it, his soul could not help but shudder. "Follow me. Let's go to the peak of Skyfall first," Xian Xianghua said with a smile. After that, she raised her right hand and threw Liuwu Demon Wolf up. In the blink of an eye, Liuwu Demon Wolf disappeared above the sea of clouds. Chongming Demon Monarch, the little black snake, Han Shenbua, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were all covered in cold sweat. Such power! Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and continued to fly upward. The others came back to their senses and followed closely behind. Skyfall was very high. It was awe-inspiring to look at it from afar, but it was unforgettable when they were climbing it. After flying over the sea of clouds, everyone looked up and opened their eyes wide. They thought that they could see the peak after flying over the sea of clouds, but they still could not see the peak. Skyfall was too high. It was as though it reached the end of the sky, and it was awe-inspiring. Rows of demon beasts circled the mountain walls, and their cries rose and fell. It was like a paradise. After flying for a while, Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. We've already flown more than 10,000 meters, but the peak is still too high to see. He had heard many legends about Skyfall. Only by climbing it could he feel its indescribable grandeur. Xian Xianghua's demonic aura enveloped Skyfall, and the demons all hid into the forest, not daring to show themselves. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and the others were not attacked. After flying over layers of clouds, the sky began to fade. The blue sky turned into a starry sky. Looking into the distance, they thought that they had left the northern wilderness region and arrived in outer space. No, this is a smokescreen. Zhou Xuanji frowned because he could not see other mountains. It was as though Skyfall was the tallest in the world. Most importantly, the spiritual qi here was extremely abundant. The higher they went, the denser the spiritual qi. This was not logical. This is the innate restriction. It makes you feel like you're in an illusion. If you keep flying upward, you will lose your mind and eventually fall down. Both your body and spirit will be destroyed, and there will be no hope of recovery. Daoya old man sighed in amazement. His tone was filled with sorrow. The heavens and earth were always the most powerful beings. Even if you were the top cultivator in the world, you still had to stay in this world. The group continued flying. The peak of Skyfall was a flat land with a diameter of a few miles. There were protruding rocks along the edge, making the peak look like a basin. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 232. Everyone descended to the top of the mountain. Looking at the starry sky, they were all stunned. Jiang Shui raised her right hand and reached upwards. She said softly, "I feel like I can really touch the sky." The others raised their hands as well, revealing looks of astonishment. They felt as if they had touched an invisible barrier. It was soft and warm. That's not it. It's formed from the dense spiritual qi. It's not the real sky. Daoya old man stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with surprise. If he cultivated here, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Ada and Little Air chattered non-stop. The red qilin and three-eyed drought rodent also began to run about excitedly. Xian Xianghua looked at Liuwu demon wolf, who was like a dead dog, and said with a cold smile, "I have placed a restriction in your body. With a single thought, I can destroy your soul. From now on, you are the demon general of Skyfall, and you will protect Skyfall. Understand?" Liuwu demon wolf's face was pale, and despair appeared in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked around to find a suitable place to build the palace. From now on, they would settle down here and establish their own sect. Xian Xianghua ordered Liuwu demon wolf to gather all the demons on Skyfall. The other 3 level 8 demons were also suppressed by her. They were called Vast Sky Boar King, Shocking Sky Eagle, and Great Earth Bear Monarch. Like Liuwu Wolf Demon, the Great Earth Bear Monarch was a subordinate of Jihuang Demon Lord. As for the other demons on the mountain, Zhou Xuanji did not chase them away. Their sects were not built yet anyway. At night, the starry sky above Skyfall became even brighter, and everyone gathered around the bonfire. "When do you plan to establish your own sect?" She sat on Zhou Xuanji's left while Jiang Shui sat on his right. In her eyes, there was only Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji muttered, it's still early. Everyone should cultivate first. When we truly have the power to resist the entire world, that will be the time for our sword sect. In the future, if anyone comes to Skyfall with talent in the way of the sword, we can take them in. Establishing a sect was not something that could be done overnight. He was not in a hurry. At this moment, he only wanted to cultivate the world Buddha art to completion. When he became the world's number one, countless people would flock to him. That would be carefree. Xian Xianghua nodded, her eyes filled with approval. Sect Master Xian, the Tanhua sect is gone. Why don't you join us and become an elder in the future? Han Shenhua asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Xian Xianghua glanced at him, causing him to hurriedly lower his head in fear. She turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "This is your idea?" Zhou Xuanji did not deny it but looked at her quietly. "I will not agree. As long as I am alive, the Tanhua sect will not be destroyed." Xian Xianghua's eyes were calm as she spoke slowly. She did not let her emotions get to her head. She was still the number one devil cultivator who wanted to rule the world. "I will accompany you for a while. Once Skyfall has settled down, I will leave and rebuild the Tanhua sect. By the way, give me the evil king's remnant soul." After saying that, Xian Xianghua extended her right hand. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly and raised his hand, taking out the ancient Diablo's remnant soul from the Tianxia map. After obtaining the Diablo's remnant soul, Xian Xianghua disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. The little black snake lamented, "Master, your charm is still not enough." Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly. "Take it slow. The Tanhua sect is where she was born and grew up. It accompanied her for her entire life. How could she give it up?" Daoya old man said with a smile. It was already a great thing to be able to conquer Skyfall. The group nodded. After that, they began discussing about building wooden huts. In less than an hour, they built 8 wooden huts. After Jiang Shui took out the bedding and laid the wooden bed, Zhou Xuanji lay on it and stretched. "So comfortable!" he exclaimed in amazement. Although meditating and cultivating made him more energetic, he still preferred to lie down. After Jiang Shui closed the door, she sat on his stomach and grabbed his shoulders. "You should tell me a story tonight," she snorted. Zhou Xuanji said lazily, "Tomorrow. I want to rest. Come down." Having heard that, Jiang Shui's body leaned down, and her butt slid backward. Zhou Xuanji took in a cold breath and carried her down. Okay. I will tell you." He rolled his eyes and looked at Jiang Shui, who was smiling proudly. An evil flame rose up in his lower abdomen. He flipped her over and pressed her down before lowering his head slowly. Jiang Shui's eyes became misty, and her pretty face was covered by his head. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji woke up with Jiang Shui and began cultivating. He walked to an empty space and took out the Hegemon Sword Sect sword formation scroll. After sitting down, he scanned the scroll with his divine sense. After a while, he opened his eyes and mumbled, "Such an exquisite sword formation." He suddenly understood why the Hegemon Sword Sect was so prosperous. At the same time, it opened the door to a whole new world for him. Sword formation. The sword formation was indeed powerful. Sword formations of the same grade were generally more destructive than sword techniques. This sword formation was called the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. It required 100 sword cultivators to cast together. It was so powerful that it would be difficult to escape if one entered the formation. Zhou Xuanji did not have 100 swords yet, and he did not want to buy ordinary swords. If he used the legendary swords from the system, he would consume much less soul energy, and it was more convenient. He immediately took out all of his legendary swords and began practicing the formation. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian immediately came over to watch. Legend has it that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was able to set up a sword formation by himself. Although he was proficient in using only one sword, the Hegemon Sword Sect Sword Dao tradition came from him. Zhao Congjian muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. If Zhou Xuanji could use the sword formation alone, his power would surely grow. Wouldn't it be perfect to teach them in the future? Zhou Xuanji ignored them and focused on arranging the formation. There were thousands of moves in the sword formation, and each of the divine swords crisscrossed. Just practicing it once would take a very long time. He planned to modify the 100-star sky-covering sword formation into a few dozen stars. The variations and power would be reduced, but it was still a sword formation. The first day, he practiced the 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation 10 times. Everyone was shocked. Could Zhou Xuanji really learn it in such a short time? 10 days later, after practicing the 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation for 100 times, the more he practiced, the faster he could form the formation. Another 5 days passed. After practicing the 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation for 500 times, he achieved great accomplishment. However, he could not manifest the sword will in the sword formation. According to the sword spirit, the sword formation also had a state similar to the sword will. The sword owner had to comprehend it himself. Once he comprehended it, he could manifest it directly when he practiced the sword formation in the future. Impressive! You mastered the sword formation in half a month. Is this really your first time learning the sword formation? Xian Xianghua sat on the stone chair and asked curiously. She had heard about Zhou Xuanji's talent before, but only after seeing it with her own eyes could she truly feel it. Is this brat really human? The techniques in the world are all the same. The sword's way, the saber's way, and the spear's way are the same. Each Tao has its own essence. If you can understand the core of sword techniques and sword formations, everything else will be fine. Zhou Xuanji looked at the dozens of legendary swords levitating in the air and said calmly. Master, what's the core of the sword's way? Zhao Congjian asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, it can only be understood and not explained. If you understand it, then you understand it. I understood it when I was born. As for when you will understand it, it is fate. Calm. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 233. Zhao Congjian was dismayed by Zhou Xuanji, but he did not know how to retort, so he turned around to practice his sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xiao Jinghong, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin. The three of them immediately understood and obediently turned around to practice their swords. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said with a smile, you sure know how to talk. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and asked seriously, do you know why you fell from the throne of number 1 in the world and can no longer climb back up? Hearing this, Xian Xianghua could not help but frown. This was her sore spot. Why? She squinted her eyes and asked. Her dangerous aura moved Jiang Shui, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and Daoya Old Man. What does this old witch want to do? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, because you have a demonic barrier. After you lost, you talked about it every day, as if you were afraid that others did not know that you were once number 1 in the world. Actually, you are very strong. In the hearts of all living beings, Sunlight Emperor might not be as good as you. Xian Xianghua's frown deepened as she fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji stared at Jiang Shui and said, why aren't you cultivating? Why are you daydreaming? Jiang Shui curled her lips and left. Han Shenbua, Daoya Old Man, and Chongming Demon Monarch also left. After that, Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, sat down, and began cultivating. He had already learned the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Although he could not unleash its full power, he would be able to do it sooner or later when he had more divine swords. Next, he began to focus on cultivation. As for sword techniques, he already had enough for him to use. Time flew by. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 7 so quickly because of the Tianxia map and the spirit gathering formation created by Xian Xianghua. The spirit qi at the top of Skyfall was already very dense. If he cultivated here, 1 day would be equivalent to 10 days. The others had also broken through, except for Daoya Old Man. Daoya Old Man had almost never cultivated under their watch. This old thing spent his days idling around Skyfall. In his words, because he had peeked into the secrets of the heavens too much, if he broke through again, the heavenly tribulation would kill him. As such, he did not dare to cultivate anymore. From leaving Aperture Realm onward, one would face a heavenly tribulation for every breakthrough in cultivation. Breaking through the spirit refinement realm was considered to be breaking away from the mortal body. Its lifespan could reach 10,000 years. After breaking through to astral projection level 7, Zhou Xuanji did not stop cultivating and set a good example for the others. The other side. Liuwu Demon Wolf and Dade Bear Monarch were gathered in a cave. The Great Earth Bear Monarch had a tall and sturdy physique. His cheeks were covered with bear fur, and he wore thick and heavy black scale armor. He had a worried expression as he sighed and said, "What should we do?" Liuwu Demonic Wolf was also having a hard time along the way. He held a scroll in his hand that was transformed from a fiend race supreme being. He called for all fiend generals to return, saying that there were important matters to discuss. Now that they were being detained by Xian Xianghua, how could they dare to go back? They did not even dare to report this matter to Xian Xianghua for fear that she would kill them. Forget it, let's not worry about this matter for now. The Supremes are probably going to declare war on the human race. Without the two of us, they can't be bothered. The war between the two races will definitely last for a long time. Whether or not they will pursue this matter in the future, no one knows. Liuwu Demon Wolf pondered deeply. The Dade Bear Monarch pondered for a moment before nodding. Given the current situation, that was all they could do. Right, isn't there a level 9 demon dragon in Skyfall? Why isn't there any movement? The Dade Bear Monarch asked. When Liuwu Demon Wolf told him about this, he was almost scared witless. It seemed like a difference of 1 level, but it was actually a treasure. I'm not sure. They did not disturb the level 9 demon dragon, as though it doesn't exist. Liuwu Demon Wolf said with a frown. He was confused in his heart. Could it be that there was no level 9 demon dragon at all? Finally, the two demons came to a consensus. And that was to endure. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji sat on a boulder by the cliff with the starry sky above his head. He gathered qi and cultivated. The second level of the World Buddha art, World Reincarnation, was too domineering and difficult to master. According to his estimation, it would take at least a few decades. Compared to World Internalization, World Reincarnation required more luck. It was not even on the same order of magnitude. But such a divine art had to be cultivated patiently. The human race and fiend race are at war. Daoya Old Man's voice came from behind him. Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Weren't the two races always at war? This time is different from the past. The sovereign of the fiend race is leading the entire fiend race to wage war against the 7 empires and 8 sanctums. The war will engulf the entire northern wilderness region. At that time, all the major factions will fight for their own race. Skyfall might be implicated, Daoya Old Man continued with a solemn expression. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "What's there to be afraid of? As long as the sovereign of the fiend race doesn't come personally, it has nothing to do with us." He was also in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. After learning world internalization and the 100-star sky covering formation, his power grew tremendously, so he was naturally confident. But if the human race is destroyed, what's the point of establishing a new sect? Daoya Old Man asked. There were very few demons who practiced the sword. When that time came, the fiend race would not tolerate the existence of Zhou Xuanji and the others. Zhou Xuanji turned around and glanced at him. Is it really that serious? He asked. He had read some records in ancient books. A long time ago, before the human race was born, the world was controlled by the fiend race. We can't exclude this possibility. There has not been a war like this for 10,000 years. Although Jihuang Demon Lord is ranked second in the world, he is extremely talented and powerful. He can unite the fiend race. For 10,000 years, humans have been killing each other, and their numbers are far from the fiend race. Also, I have already divined the decline of the great Zhou Empire. The city will be destroyed, and the mountains will be destroyed. Daoya Old Man said with a serious expression, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. I was just about to focus on cultivation. Why did such a big thing happen? Is the heavens against me? Isn't Yang Di the top cultivator in the world? He should be able to suppress Jihuang Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji reminded her. In Xian Xianghua's words, she only saw Yang Di as a competitor and did not take Jihuang Demon Lord seriously at all. He is indeed the top cultivator in the world, but Jihuang Demon Lord is not bad either. They will definitely fight. What if Yang Di cannot suppress Jihuang Demon Lord? Daoya Old Man asked, and Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. Boom! At that moment, Skyfall trembled, and the sound of a shocking battle came from below. A little pig demon dares to stop me? A wild laughter sounded out. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man's cultivation being quite high, they would not have heard it. After all, Skyfall was simply too high. Below the mountain. The 100-meter-tall clear sky boar king smashed into the side of Skyfall's mountain, a look of pain on his face. The trees in front of him were all toppled, and the ground was overturned, forming a long ravine. The Haotian boar king was an 8th-level greater demon. He had a human body and the head of a boar. He wore bronze armor, and he had sharp fangs in his mouth. His face was savage, and he exuded a ferocious might. Following his gaze, Zhang Xian saw a green-robed man hovering in the air above the forest, holding a golden longsword in his hand. His face was handsome, and there was an air of arrogance between his brows. His entire being seemed otherworldly. This is Skyfall. Do not trespass. Haotian Boar King growled. He raised his right hand and a huge hammer appeared in his hand. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 234. Skyfall? From now on, this mountain belongs to me, the peerless sword celestial. The green-robed man smirked in satisfaction, completely ignoring Haotian Boar King's warning. Peerless sword immortal? What the hell? The Haotian Boar King was enraged. The fur on his body stood up, and his demonic body seemed to have become even more muscular. He leaped up like a small mountain. He raised his giant hammer high and smashed it towards the green-clothed man. The green-robed man raised his sword and slashed out. Streaks of golden sword chi crisscrossed and slashed out. They were extremely fast and their auras were strong. Haotian Boar King was sent flying into the sky. His body was slashed and blood flowed out. Then, the green-robed man rushed towards him. It was as if a beam of golden light had shot into the sky from the ground, splitting heaven and earth into two. Haotian Boar King lowered his head and roared angrily. Roar, his voice was domineering and shook the surroundings, causing countless trees to shake. The green-clothed man frowned. Just as he was about to swing his sword, a cold light shot towards him from the top of Skyfall. Xiao! The green-robed man was moved and subconsciously swung his sword to block the attack. With a clang, his right hand was numb from the impact, and the blade of his sword was trembling non-stop. He focused his eyes and saw that it was a giant sword. Hegemen Jiu. How dare you occupy my Skyfall? Today, I want to see what kind of abilities you, a sword celestial, have. Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came from the top of the mountain. Next, he flew over from the sea of clouds on his sword. A past sword immortal? The green-robed man almost vomited blood. He was instantly enraged. How dare they humiliate him? Zhou Xuanji stood on the wind-cutter sword with the God Emperor sword and white dragon-bone sword in his hands. His white dragon golden robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced like flames. His eyes were cold as he stared fixedly at the green-robed man. I'm the peerless sword immortal, Ning Zifeng. Brat, do you know what price you will have to pay for humiliating me? The man in green said in a deep voice. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji was already less than 300 meters away from him. Haotian Boar King floated in the air and looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. These demons were all subdued by Xian Xianghua, so he was not familiar with Zhou Xuanji. Ning Zifeng was very powerful, more powerful than him. He did not know if Zhou Xuanji could deal with him. I've never heard of your name before. You're just a nobody. Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully. As he spoke, legendary swords appeared behind him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Afterimage Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Absorption Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Bookcutter Sword. Every divine sword was surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi, stunning Ning Zifeng. So many swords, he called himself the peerless sword immortal, so he naturally loved swords all his life. However, this was the first time he saw so many extraordinary swords being wielded by a single person. Very good. Since I've encountered a sword cultivator, let's fight. Ning Zifeng smiled proudly. With the golden sword in his hand, his aura suddenly changed. Sword intent. Zhou Xuanji raised his two swords and charged over. The God Emperor and White Dragon condensed around his body, and he came before Ning Zifeng in the blink of an eye. Dual Sword Will. His body was like a gust of wind as he executed sword techniques with both swords, forcing Ning Zifeng to dodge in panic. How can an astral projection cultivator have such a powerful aura? Ning Zifeng immediately saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation and was shocked. Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than him. His spirit energy was boundless like the ocean. He blocked with all his might, but a while later, his right arm felt sore and numb. He was greatly shocked in his heart. He no longer fought head-on but dodged Zhou Xuanji's attack with his movement technique. It must be known that he had the cultivation of Great Realization Level 1. Although he had just reached the Great Realization stage, he often fought against those at higher stages than him. It was his first time suppressing someone at a lower stage than him. What kind of monster is this brat? Ning Zifeng cursed in his heart and dared not to let his guard down. At this moment, his golden sword clashed with the God Emperor sword again. His golden sword froze. His expression changed drastically. He could sense that the spirit energy in his body was being forcefully sucked away and transferred into Zhou Xuanji's body through the two swords. What energy technique is this? He asked with gritted teeth. There were many energy techniques that could absorb the enemy's spirit energy, but it was his first time encountering an energy technique that could absorb someone at a higher stage than him. The most important thing was the horrifying speed of absorption. At the same time, all the legendary swords flew above the two of them and formed a circle with their tips pointing downward. "Who are you?" Ning Zifeng asked again. As he spoke, his spirit energy exploded and forced Zhou Xuanji back. "I'm Zhou Xuanji, the Sword Emperor of the present age," Zhou Xuanji said with a soft laugh. Just when he spoke, countless sword qi descended from the sky and surrounded Ning Zifeng. Ning Zifeng sensed that the sky darkened and looked up instinctively. The dragon-shaped sword qi of dozens of legendary swords intertwined and formed the image of stars. The background was pitch black and was decorated with stars. 100-star sky-covering formation. He immediately tried to move, but in the end, he crashed into an invisible barrier and was sent flying back. "This is a sword formation?" Ning Zifeng was shocked and looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Casting a sword formation by himself? He had seen it before, but it was a majestic sight to see so many swords lined up in a formation. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and activated the 100-star sky-covering formation. Swoosh! 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 Countless sword qi shot out from the legendary swords and wreaked havoc in the sword formation. Ning Zifeng hurriedly swung his sword to block, and his sword moved extremely quickly. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others descended from the sea of clouds and witnessed the might of the 100-star sky-covering formation. "Wow, that's the 100-star sky-covering formation? So powerful. He captured the enemy so quickly. This pressure, if I was inside, such powerful sword qi. If ordinary spirit refinement cultivators were inside, they would be instantly killed. Master is becoming more and more powerful." Everyone continuously cried out. Back then, they had seen Zhou Xuanji master this sword formation, but it was the first time they had seen its might. Daoya old man pinched his fingers and divined. This person is not from the northern wilderness region. The top genius of the Chaos Tide Sea? Could he be from overseas? He muttered to himself, causing the others to look over. Chaos Tide Sea? At the same time, Ning Zifeng's pained cry sounded out. Countless sword qi minced him into a bloodied man, and his white bones could be seen. Facing the powerful 100-star sky-covering formation, he was unable to withstand it in the end. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows, and the sword formation stopped. Ning Zifeng, who had turned into a bloodied man, fell down. At that moment, Xian Xianghua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said with some interest, "You defeated a great realization cultivator so easily, and you haven't even used your most powerful sword. Little husband, you are becoming more and more powerful." In the air, Haotian Boar King was dumbfounded and could not believe his eyes. What did he see? An astral projection cultivator easily defeated a great realization cultivator? Zhou Xuanji said, "Help me seal him. This person calls himself the Peerless Sword Immortal, but there is no such person in the northern wilderness region. Perhaps we can learn something from him." The most important reason was that he wanted to take in Ning Zifeng. A great realization sword slave? Not bad. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 235. Okay, Xian Xianghua replied. She waved her right hand, and the demonic qi transformed into a black shadow that dashed forward. At this moment, Jiang Shui, Daoya old man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others flew over. "Revered teacher, your sword formation is really powerful. It's hard to find someone as talented in sword formations as you in the Hegemon sword sect," Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. His face was full of admiration, which pleased Zhou Xuanji. This kid was suitable to be by his side. He could make others feel happy. When it was time to flatter him, he would flatter him without holding back. Daoya old man said to Zhou Xuanji, "This person came from overseas, a place called the Chaos Tide Sea. He's the top genius there, so we must be careful. Chaos Tide Sea? Zhou Xuanji frowned. All along, although people from the northern wilderness region often explored overseas, most of them never returned. He did not expect to meet someone from overseas today. To be called the top genius, it meant that there were many people there. Why did he come to the northern wilderness region? Chaos Tide Sea? Interesting. Jiang Wudi wanted to leave the northern wilderness region recently, and now a great realization cultivator came back from overseas. It seems like the situation in the world is really going to change. Xian Xianghua mumbled to herself in a meaningful tone. Zhou Xuanji was not too concerned about this. Soon, Ning Zifeng was brought back by the Black Shadow and flew up to the Cloud Sea with the rest. Haotian Boar King knelt respectfully in the air. His eyes were filled with passion. In the battle just now, Zhou Xuanji's prowess had won him over. With such a powerful cultivator protecting him, he could cultivate in Skyfall with peace of mind. An hour later. At the top of Skyfall, Ning Zifeng, whose body had recovered, sat paralyzed on the ground. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. It was not that he had never lost before. But this was the first time he lost to someone with a lower cultivation stage than him. And a sword cultivator at that. Tell me, why did you come to the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked. Ning Zifeng took a deep breath and said, "My name is Ning Zifeng. Just as you guessed, I came from the Chaos Tide Sea. Because of my hatred for the world, I had to hide. I crossed the boundless ocean and experienced many difficulties before I came to the northern wilderness region. I wanted to find a place to cultivate, so I came here. Let me make it clear first. I have never harmed anyone in this continent. I just want to find a place to cultivate." He was very depressed. Ever since he had entered the continent, he had only encountered demons, and Zhou Xuanji was the only person he had encountered. In the end, he was defeated as soon as they met. At this moment, he began to doubt his life. Could it be that this continent was much stronger than the ocean? How far is the Chaos Tide Sea from the northern wilderness region? How many sects are there? Xiao Jinghong asked. Ning Zifeng's strength made him feel a sense of danger. He had already guessed Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. Very far, very far. I met many people from the northern wilderness region on the ocean. They all wanted to head to the various sea regions to seek for opportunities. Little did they know that there are many sects in the sea regions, countless dynasties, and dangers everywhere. Anyway, I feel that the northern wilderness region is very peaceful. Ning Zifeng sighed. He had a good eye for people and knew that Zhou Xuanji did not want to kill him. Leaving him alive was probably to subdue him. After all, he had lived for more than 1,000 years and had encountered many such incidents. Who is the most powerful person in the Chaos Tide Sea? How powerful is he? The little black snake asked noisily. Hearing about the Chaos Tide Sea, everyone was very interested. Ning Zifeng replied without hesitation, "It should be Tian. 1,000 years ago, he descended from the sky and was invincible. He proclaimed himself to be the sole ruler and wanted to kill everyone with monarchical violet qi in the world." Tian? Everyone was stunned and thought of the thing that had descended from the sky. That thing had also descended from the sky. At this moment, Ning Zifeng looked at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously, "Let me go, and I will not disturb you anymore. When my way of the sword reaches great accomplishment, I will definitely return the favor." "How about that?" Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "You can cultivate here. From today onwards, you will be my sword slave." Hearing this, Ning Zifeng's eyes widened. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji wanted to take him as a disciple, but he did not expect him to be a sword slave. He felt humiliated and gritted his teeth as he said, "Kill me. Compared to being a slave, it was better to die." I can teach you sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji looked into his eyes and said softly. Beishao Wangjian called out, why take him in? It's best to kill him. The little black snake agreed. This boy was too noble and virtuous. If he was kept alive, he would not be a good person. Ning Zifeng coldly harumphed and said, my talent in the way of the sword is unparalleled, and I'm proficient in hundreds of sword techniques. Why do I need to learn from you? He was a sword maniac. For the sword, he had left his home and traveled the world with his sword. Now that he had reached great accomplishment, he had formed the way of the sword. How much sword will do you know? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. Very good, this boy's sword technique belonged to him. Sword will? Of course there's only one. Everyone has their own sword will. Their own sword is the sword will, Ning Zifeng said as he harumphed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at an idiot. Zhou Xuanji picked up his golden sword and walked to the side. Under everyone's gazes, he began to practice the sword. First was the white crane sword technique. It was agile and graceful, and his body was like a white crane. Within a small space, with his right foot as the axis, the sword technique was swift and fierce, and the sound of wind being torn continuously sounded out. Sword will. Ning Zifeng's eyes narrowed. Why did he feel that this sword will was different from Zhou Xuanji's sword will from before? Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian were mesmerized. The simple white crane sword technique was used by Zhou Xuanji, but it was profound and unfathomable. It was like the Tao of nature. Next was the fiery sword technique. Trisource vein severing sword. 36 paths jade shao sword. Tempest slash. Moonlit wind sword dance. Vibrant raindrops sword. Chilling wave sound wave. Sky dominating divine sword. Hold on. Each set of sword techniques had different sword wills and different auras. Everyone was dazzled by them. Ning Zifeng opened his mouth wide as though he had seen a ghost. Xian Xianghua was also amazed. She suddenly realized that Zhou Xuanji looked so majestic and handsome when he swung his sword. A long while later, Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the golden sword landed in front of Ning Zifeng. The blade pierced into the ground, and the blade shook. Looking at his beloved sword, Ning Zifeng fell into a daze. At this moment, the way of the sword that he believed in collapsed. How can someone master so many sword wills in this world? Impossible, he mumbled to himself, which made the others burst into laughter. Zhou Xuanji walked over and said, you said it yourself. Everyone's sword will is different, and so is their way of the sword. My way of the sword is the way of 10,000 swords, the emperor of the way of the sword. Your way of the sword is just one of 10,000 ways of the sword, but I will rule over all the ways of the sword. The sword emperor that I want to be is not the pinnacle of a certain way of the sword but the way of the sword. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and his tone was filled with conceit. After he spoke, he activated Sword Master Haki straightaway. In an instant, the golden sword before Ning Zifeng trembled violently. Not only that, but the swords of Xiao Jinghong and the other three also trembled. In the eyes of the 5 sword cultivators, Zhou Xuanji was so domineering and mighty. Stars surround the moon. I am the bright moon, and I will give you the chance to be a star. It's your honor to be my sword slave. If you miss this chance, you will regret it one day. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 236. Ning Zifeng fell silent. Zhou Xuanji's words had greatly shocked him. The others were already used to it, but Xian Xianghua liked Zhou Xuanji more and more. This kid was ambitious. As expected of the man she wanted to marry. The little black snake laid on Chongming Demon Monarch's shoulder and sighed. You really know how to talk nonsense. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. She had personally witnessed Zhou Xuanji subduing Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others. This fellow's words came out of nowhere, and he pulled out the heavens and the earth, directly striking at people's hearts. He first used his powerful strength to defeat his opponent, and then used sharp and hot-blooded words to stir up his opponent's emotions. All, in her heart, Zhou Xuanji was omnipotent. It won't be long before Master's cultivation surpasses yours. You must know that Master is only 24 years old at the moment. Do you understand what it means to reach leaving aperture realm level 7 at 20? Zhao Congjian said to assist Zhou Xuanji. Ning Zifeng was powerful and knew so many sword techniques. He was qualified to join them. Of course, the most important reason was that he had his eyes on Ning Zifeng's hundreds of powerful sword techniques. Xian Xianghua snorted, he's my man. It's your honor to be his sword slave. If you're unwilling, then you can go die. With that, she unleashed her murderous aura and locked onto Ning Zifeng. Ning Zifeng widened his eyes and looked at her in horror. What a terrifying killing intent. What kind of strength did this woman have? His expression fluctuated, and in the end, he could only lower his head and grit his teeth. Greetings, Master. Since things had come to this, he had no other choice. He was already interested in Zhou Xuanji's way of the sword. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji obtained another sword slave, and it was at the great realization stage. Ning Zifeng began to confess his past. It turned out that he was the northern wilderness Zhou Xuanji in the Chaos Tide Sea. Ever since he revealed his prowess, he had overcome all obstacles to become the #1 genius of the Chaos Tide Sea step by step. In terms of the sword Dao, he was also one of the best. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was even more overpowered than him. He was also very curious about Zhou Xuanji's past. The group did not hide anything, and Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Was there really such a person in the world? Zhou Xuanji walked aside and continued his cultivation. Seeing the vortex of spiritual qi above Zhou Xuanji's head, he was shocked again. 3 days later. After Ning Zifeng's injuries healed, he started to wander around Skyfall. After all, Skyfall was very big, and he wanted to look around. There were no tall mountains in the Chaos Tide Sea. During this period of time, he wanted to escape, but he was captured by Xian Xianghua and given a vicious beating. Only after recuperating for a month did he become obedient. On this day, analyze that the sword owner has reached 25 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold, Wind and Cloud Sword, Gold, Light Shadow Sword, Glorious Gold, Buddha Slaying Sword, and 3 Armageddon. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, slowly opened his eyes, and the information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wind Cloud Sword level, Gold, description, a sword born from the wind and clouds. It possesses the 3 attributes of wind, water, and space. A swing of the sword can summon wind and clouds. Sword name, Sword of Light level, Gold, description, forged from luminous divine stone. The 2 sides of the blade contain different powers, one dark and one light. Sword name, Punishing Buddha Sword, level, Glorious Gold, description, created by the demonic path, it specializes in suppressing Buddhist qi. It is extremely powerful and needs to be used cautiously. Zhou Xuanji's gaze was attracted by the Buddha Slaying Sword. Glorious Gold legendary sword specialized in countering Buddha qi. Not bad. I will use it to deal with Chief Monk Xuanhe in the future. The 3 legendary swords appeared in his hands. Each of them was different in their own way, and all of them looked extraordinary. After playing with them for a while, he stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage. Next, 3 white jade stones the size of eggs appeared in his hands. Sword Spirit, what's Armageddon? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. It was produced by the system, so it should not be ordinary. It's like an explosive. It contains extremely horrifying energy, and one of them is enough to kill a great realization cultivator, destroying both his body and soul. It will explode once it's stimulated by spirit energy. The Sword Spirit replied, which shocked Zhou Xuanji so much that he quickly stored the 3 Armageddon swords. It can kill a great realization cultivator? Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not channel his spirit energy into them just now. Normally, cultivators would channel their spirit energy into the enchanted artifacts to inspect them. Can I introduce them earlier next time? Zhou Xuanji thought unhappily. After the Sword Spirit agreed, he fell into silence. After thinking about it, he stood up and stretched his body. Looking down from the top of the mountain, he saw an endless sea of clouds. It had been almost a year since they came to Skyfall. During this period, they were busy with cultivation and were rarely disturbed by demons or cultivators. If any cultivators passed by, they would be captured and asked about the human race's recent situation before letting them go. Currently, the humans and demons were at war. Demons above 8th rank led countless demon armies to attack the 7 empires. Now that all the empires were at war, the 8 sanctums had no choice but to participate. Chief Monk Xuanhe fought with Jihuang Demon Lord and was severely injured by Xian Xianghua. He was beheaded by Jihuang Demon Lord within 3 moves and imprisoned. This alarmed the entire human race. The Hegemon Sword Sect, Xinhao Sect, Haoqi Alliance, and other powerful factions from both the righteous and evil sects joined the war. The central region of the northern wilderness region was flooded with blood. No one knew if the great Zhou Empire could survive. At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly. With Zhou Qingxin as the emperor, only Shitan Changshe and the sword monarch of Great Zhou could hold their own. They were considered the weakest among the 7 empires. Great Zhou was facing its most dangerous period. Back then, he promised to help the Great Zhou Empire, but he was far away at Skyfall and could not do anything. I'm preparing to leave. At this moment, Xian Xianghua's voice came from behind him. Next, a fragrance wafted into his nose. She came to his side and stood beside him, looking at the magnificent sea of clouds. Now that the 2 races are at war, it's time for the Tanhua sect to take a breather. What are you going to do? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He was already used to Xian Xianghua's existence and suddenly did not want her to leave. She smiled with squinted eyes and said, I have to gather the Tanhua sect and bring them near Skyfall to cultivate peacefully. After you establish your own sect, we can be neighbors. Isn't that good? Thinking of that scene, she smiled so widely that her eyes curved. Is that really it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could not help but think of the Thousand Hands Devil Qin gang. Was he still alive? Xian Xianghua replied, Yes, I'm going to settle the score with Jihuang Demon Lord. That old demon has been quite arrogant recently. After that, she turned around, lifted her veil, and kissed Zhou Xuanji on the cheek before disappearing. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. I will leave the demon dragon in the mountain to you. You are already powerful enough anyway. Her voice floated in the air and dissipated like the wind. Zhou Xuanji's frown did not relax. What was this old demonic woman trying to do? Couldn't she just cultivate peacefully? This is her obsession. She has already fallen into the demonic barrier of being the world's top cultivator. Daoya old man's voice came, she not only wants to challenge Jihuang Demon Lord but also Yang Di. She has been holding it in for a year and can't hold it in any longer. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 237. Daoya old man flew to Zhou Xuanji's back and sighed in amazement. Back then, Xian Xianghua was the strongest in the world, but now, she has been reduced to the number 4 in the world. How could she be willing to accept this? In addition, she has absorbed the Diablo's soul. Naturally, she has to get revenge. He said leisurely, and when he finished, he laughed to himself. In his entire life, Xian Xianghua was the most headstrong woman he had ever met. Although this old demonic woman loved Zhou Xuanji, she still had great ambitions in her heart. He even suspected that Xian Xianghua was actually a man who had taken over the body of a woman. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Is Yang Di really that powerful? Number 1 in the world?" These 4 words made people think of many things. However, Sunlight Emperor was not very famous in the northern wilderness region. He was one of those strange existences. If you thought about it carefully, you would remember him, but if you didn't think about it, you wouldn't remember him. Sunlight Emperor had disappeared since he became the number 1 expert in the world. According to the rumors in the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor was someone who trained hard. That was why he was able to retain his position as the world's number 1. So far, Sunlight Emperor had won the title of world number 1 3 times in a row. In other words, Xian Xianghua had never defeated him since he became famous. To be precise, no one in this world could defeat him. Powerful. I even feel that he will become a great emperor of the current era and stand shoulder to shoulder with the hegemon Sword Emperor. Although Xian Xianghua's strength has improved, Sunlight Emperor's talent is even more terrifying. In addition, he has been practicing hard day after day. The gap between them is still too big. Daoya old man said seriously. He had once watched a world millennium duel, and the power of Yang Di left a deep impression on him. Great emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. Daoya old man patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't think too much. Even if Xian Xianghua can't defeat him, she can still escape. Cultivate well. I'm looking forward to your battle with Yang Di." Thinking about how Zhou Xuanji could contend for first in the world, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. It would be great if Zhao Xian could see it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You're right. The most important thing now is to cultivate." At this moment, Ning Zifeng walked over. "Master, how do we cultivate dual sword intents? I can use both hands to perform different sword techniques, but I need to concentrate on the concept, so I can't perform 2 sword intents at all." Ning Zifeng asked in distress. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had taught him the dual sword wills, this boy no longer tried to run away. In Skyfall, no one would make things difficult for him, and he could learn even more profound sword skills. He had no reason to run away. Zhou Xuanji did not tell them that Xian Xianghua had left. He turned to look at Ning Zifeng and said, "Let's spar in sword techniques. I'll let you experience it during the spar. Remember, don't use spirit energy, just sword techniques." Hearing that, Ning Zifeng's spirits lifted and he quickly took out 2 golden swords. The 2 of them started sparring at the edge of Skyfall. In the distance, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin saw this scene. The 4 of them cultivated side by side and did not get up. Ever since Ning Zifeng joined them, they worked even harder. However, Ning Zifeng was at the Mahayana realm. How were they supposed to chase after him? After Xian Xianghua left, everyone's lives did not change. They continued to cultivate. Everyone's cultivation base was growing. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian had already started breaking through to the nascent soul realm. The little black snake recovered to its peak, which was at the 5th rank. It could transform into a hegemon-scaled black dragon that was hundreds of meters long at any time, which looked mighty. Big and small air reached the 5th rank as well. Their wingspans were 30 meters long, which were like two small mountains. However, they could not speak the human language, let alone transform. Everything was progressing in a good direction. 8 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 8. This speed was already fast enough. Other than the dense spiritual qi at the top of Skyfall, it was also thanks to the help of the Tianxia map. However, his world Buddha art did not break through to the second level. World reincarnation was too difficult. Fortunately, Ning Zifeng did not master two sword wills, which made him feel relieved. He taught Ning Zifeng everything he knew, but this guy's sword's way was deeply rooted and difficult to change. This day, the red Qilin suddenly roared crazily and ran around the top of the mountain. Now, it was as big as an adult tiger. When it roared, it looked extremely ferocious. "Little guy, be quiet." Chongming Demon Monarch charged over and punched it into the ground. Roar, even though it was lying on the ground, it was still roaring in a low voice. The others came over. "What's wrong with it?" Jiang Shui asked worriedly. The three-eyed drought rodent lay on her shoulder and looked at the red Qilin carefully. Back then, they were about the same size. But now, the red Qilin was a gigantic creature in its eyes. Maybe it's grown up and needs a mate. The little black snake said as it spat its forked tongue. Chongming Demon Monarch slapped it away with his tail. Daoya Old Man cried out in surprise, "It seems to be awakening. Let it go and let it do whatever it wants." Having heard that, Chongming Demon Monarch lifted his right leg, and the red Qilin ran away. The group looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. Not far away, Ning Zifeng, who was training his sword, was shocked in his heart. Qilin awakening? He had witnessed the prowess of a Qilin in the Chaos Tide Sea. Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. He could not help but look back at Zhou Xuanji. Where did this guy get a Qilin? After a year, he had a certain understanding of this group. Other than Beixiao Wangjian and the little black snake, everyone else was talented. Zhao Congjian's talent in swordsmanship was even more terrifying than his, and Zhao Congjian was only 34 years old. He was 34 years old and his cultivation level was slightly lower than Zhao Congjian's. Although Xiao Jinghong's talent was slightly lower than Zhao Congjian's, it was not by much. There was no need to mention Han Shenbua. He was number 1 on the hero leaderboard of the Great Zhou dynasty, and he held the number 1 spot steadily. Huang Lianxin's Ghost Emperor Divine Eye could see through everything, so it was hard to imagine how powerful it would be if she cultivated it to the highest level. Jiang Shui was a descendant of the Jiang clan. Her talent in the 5 elemental spells was outstanding. She would definitely become someone great. Chongming Demon Monarch, Big and Small Air, the three-eyed drought rodent, and the red Kirin were all extraordinary beings. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to practice. Zifeng, come here. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came. Hearing this, Ning Zifeng hurried over. Master, what are your orders? He asked expectantly, thinking that Zhou Xuanji was going to teach him some skills. 2 bugs are coming. They're hiding under Skyfall. Go kill them. Zhou Xuanji instructed, which stunned Ning Zifeng. He asked, what does the other party look like? There were many demons on Skyfall. How would he know who to kill? They're demonic cultivators, called the Huangquan Twin Devils, Zhou Xuanji said casually. Zhou Xuanji said casually. Near Skyfall, there were only these 2 people. The others were all demons. Okay. Ning Zifeng immediately leaped down the mountain. Zhou Xuanji did not doubt his power at all. This brat had the cultivation of Great Realization level 1 and was the top genius in the Chaos Tide Sea. He had the ability to fight against those with higher cultivation levels, which was enough to make the Huangquan twin devils suffer. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 238. At the foot of Skyfall, in the forest. The Huangquan twin devils sat under a tree and looked up at Skyfall, their eyes filled with killing intent. When the time comes, this brat will occupy a treasured land. How comfortable. That's right. Since Xian Xianghua is already in the mainland, we must take this opportunity to obtain the Tianxia map. The two of them conversed in a low voice. When they recalled what happened at Juadi Cliff, they became anxious. They had hoped to kill Xian Xianghua, but Zhou Xuanji had suddenly appeared. At that time, they had also been injured. Even though they did not fear Zhou Xuanji, if Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua teamed up, it would be difficult for them to deal with them in a short period of time. Moreover, Wanzhong King Spectre and the 4 immortal generals were also at Juadi Cliff. They could only retreat. Now that they had received information, they came to settle scores with Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji was no longer the same as before. They had to act cautiously. Xiao. Right at this moment, an air-piercing sound rang out, startling the two of them into dodging swiftly. A golden sword pierced into the soil, its blade shining with a cold light. The Huangquan twin devils looked up instinctively and saw Ning Zifeng flying over with his sword. Peerless sword immortal Ning Zifeng is here. Netherworld twin worms, prepare to die. Ning Zifeng's arrogant laughter rang out, his words filled with contempt. Twin worms of Netherworld? The two demons almost exploded in anger. They took out their magic tools and charged at Ning Zifeng. A huge battle broke out. Halfway up the mountain, Liuwu Demon Wolf, Haotian Boar King, Dade Bear Monarch, and Jingtian Eagle were all startled awake. They walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, only to see 3 figures emerging from the forest. 3 figures turned into rainbow lights and clashed with each other. Demonic chi dissipated, and sword lights flashed. Should we attack? The Great Earth Bear Monarch asked cautiously. The 3 people fighting below were all very strong, and they made him tremble with fear. Haotian Boar King shook his head and said, "That guy is very powerful. He is enough." When he fought with Ning Zifeng a year ago, he was taught a terrible lesson. Hearing this, the other 3 beasts exchanged glances and quietly watched the battle. Although the tremors at the foot of the mountain were loud, they could not reach the top of the mountain. Other than Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man, no one else could hear the sounds of battle. An hour later, Ning Zifeng returned to the top of the mountain. His body was stained with blood, which surprised the others. "Master, the Huangquan twin devils have been chased away." His expression was a bit ugly. After a great battle, both sides were injured, so how could he be willing? If it wasn't for the Huangquan twin devils being worried about Zhou Xuanji coming to kill him, his life would have been in danger. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes and said softly, "Cultivate well and hide your pride in your heart. Do not underestimate any enemy." Yes. Ning Zifeng cupped his fists and turned to leave. He took a deep breath and memorized Zhou Xuanji's words. Although Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were curious, they did not ask. They were more concerned about the red Qilin. This fellow ran up and down Skyfall in a frenzied state. How long does it have to wait before it awakens? Jiang Shui asked worriedly. She had watched the red Qilin grow up and did not wish for anything to happen to it. Daoya Old Man muttered, "It's hard to say. The fire elemental energy in its body is transforming, which made it so frenzied. Let's wait patiently." Normally, Qilins rarely die during awakening. Once it awakens successfully, it will turn from a sheep into a divine beast, and its power will soar. Han Shenhua asked curiously. It said that such divine beasts have the power to destroy the world. The phoenix of the Hunyuan Empire was one of them. It could burn an entire city with its flame. I wonder if a qilin can be compared to a phoenix. The red qilin was the first divine beast he had ever seen. He had been looking forward to seeing how powerful it would be when it matured. Of course it can. Daoya old man said with a smile as he stroked his long beard. The others were also looking forward to it. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji was still focused on cultivation and did not care about the red qilin. His mind was filled with world reincarnation. Time passed quickly. Another 4 months passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 26 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained bronze, dumb sword, amethyst, deep nightmare sword, glorious gold, right, wrong, justice sword, ancestral dragon sword. The sword spirit's voice came as expected, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. 3 legendary swords. The last one should be a sword technique. He could not help but feel interested. Next, the information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, dumb sword grade, bronze description, a sword that specializes in cleaving brains. In the mortal realm, it is the most revered legendary sword in the martial world. Sword name, deep nightmare sword grade, amethyst description, a deep nightmare is hidden in the blade. It can devour the dreams of any living creature. It can also send people into their dreams to slay their enemies in their dreams. Sword name, right, wrong, justice sword grade, glorious gold description, the sword of an ancient saint. It slays evil and evildoers. Violet Qi comes from the east. It distinguishes right and wrong for the world. Dumb sword? Is it serious? Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. He was quite satisfied with the deep nightmare sword and the right, wrong, justice sword. However, he had a heavenly soul legendary sword now. When would he get a higher grade legendary sword? Intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god slaying, Armageddon, he was looking forward to it. It was a pity that ever since he obtained the sky extinguishing sword, he had not obtained a second heavenly soul legendary sword. Pass on the ancestral dragon sword to me. Zhou Xuanji instructed in his heart. Since it was named after the ancestral dragon, this sword technique should not be bad, right? Soon, a massive wave of memories entered his mind. His body shuddered and began to organize the memories. A long while later, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Such a profound sword technique. It can even be called a divine ability." The ancestral dragon sword could turn the user into the ancestral dragon, and his battle power would increase tremendously. He immediately began practicing the ancestral dragon sword. Seeing him practicing, Beixiao Wangjian, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Huang Lianxin came over immediately. Ning Zifeng was curious too and came over to watch. Ever since he became Zhou Xuanji's disciple, it was his first time seeing Zhou Xuanji practicing the sword. What sword technique is it this time? It must be powerful. I can't wait. Revered teacher's sword technique will only become more profound. I want to learn. Hearing the four's discussion, Ning Zifeng became even more curious. The ancestral dragon sword had 380 sword moves. When each move was connected, it would be the dragon's head to the dragon's tail. The user could transform into the ancestral dragon and travel across the world. Of course, the ancestral dragon's power grew along with Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. After 100 times, the ancestral dragon sword reached small accomplishment. Ning Zifeng's expression changed. He could tell that it was Zhou Xuanji's first time practicing the sword. This speed of improvement was just 2. After 300 times, the ancestral dragon sword reached great accomplishment. After 500 times, the ancestral dragon Swordwool was formed. Herr Zhou Xuanji looked up suddenly and let out a long roar. He bent his legs and leaped up. Sword Qi surrounded his body and transformed into a giant golden dragon. This golden dragon was hundreds of meters long and looked extremely lifelike, as though a real dragon had descended into the world. Its eyes were majestic, and the scales on its body shone with a golden radiance. Its claws had 5 toes. 5-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon spiraled above Skyfall, and everyone looked up. Their jaws dropped instinctively. Calm. Wonderful Book House, you're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.